Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The Houthis renew attacks on the strategic port of Mocha in Yemen. Putin warns Europe Russia will seize its ships in retaliation for plans to intercept its vessels suspected of being part of Moscow's shadow fleet. And a once-in-a-generation rare solar eclipse is set to be watched by millions around the world. The Houthis have renewed attacks on the strategic port of Mocha in Yemen, firing ballistic missiles at the facility. A Yemeni military source said the Iranian-backed militia targeted the port with 2 ballistic missiles. Meanwhile, Yemeni sources have told Al Arabiya English that 84 Houthi fighters have been killed in the past 6 days. For more on this, I'm joined by Umar Karim, Associate Fellow with the King Faisal Center for Research and Islamic Studies, right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and Elena De Loza, Executive Director at the Sage Institute for Foreign Affairs, who is in Washington for us. Elena, great to have you on, and Umar. Elena, let's start with you first of all, because as I said there, the Houthis have renewed attacks on Mocha port and are also targeting Saudi Arabia. Does this show that the Houthi threat is becoming a wider regional security problem?
Sure. Thanks for having me. So I think a really important thing to keep in mind is that the Houthis have their own reasons for their actions that are connected to what's happening in the Yemen conflict. So the Saudis and the Houthis signed a ceasefire in 2022, and that seems to be breaking down. And that started in mid-July or so with an incident with the airport, which we can talk about as necessary. But the last couple of weeks, it has really started to look like war might be coming back to Yemen again. A lot of folks are tying this to the U.S.-Iran negotiations and conflict in the region, and certainly they're related. But I think it's important to remember that the Houthis have their very Yemen-specific reasons for getting involved as well. And I think that there's some interest on their part to put some pressure on the negotiations that they're having with the Saudis, which they'd like, obviously, to go their way more, and sort of ramping into a war mode, I think they think might give them some leverage in negotiations.
And Umar, let's come to you, because Pakistan strongly condemned the Houthi attack that killed 3 nationals as a threat to the freedom of navigation. Do you think this might mark a turning point when it comes to Pakistan?
Thank you, Leigh Ann. No, I don't think so that this would be a turning point for Pakistani reaction or involvement in Yemen. And I'm saying this because I can see that this development is presented in the Pakistani media in a relatively downgraded manner. And the Pakistani analytical circles, they are also not giving it the importance that it should have been given. Although we have seen a strong statement coming from the Pakistani Foreign Minister and the Pakistani Foreign Office. But I can clearly see that the broader focus right now from the Pakistani side is on the mediation between Iran and the US. And I think that there are 2 possible reasons why Pakistan is going down this route. First, I think there is an understanding within Islamabad that if something has to happen in Yemen, some sort of a kinetic involvement of the Pakistanis, it should only succeed first after an initiative by the Saudi kingdom itself. So Pakistan can only then support and get involved on the Yemen front if the Saudis take initiative. And secondly, I think the Pakistanis are worried that getting involved in Yemen may tarnish and sabotage their image of a mediator between US and Iran. And such a development, such a Pakistani involvement will not be received positively within Iran. So for both of these reasons, I can clearly see that the Pakistanis are reluctant to respond and to get involved.
And Elena, let's come back to you, because you just said to me in your first answer, war might be coming back to Yemen. And Yemen's forces say several Houthi fighters were killed in a drone strike north of Al Dalia. Does this show Yemen's government-aligned forces are responding, do you think, more actively to attacks at this stage?
So the Yemeni government-aligned forces certainly want to respond, and there's a set of conversations happening on Twitter and among them that's very kind of rah, like we're going to defeat the Houthis. And so there's definitely a conversation happening that's suggesting folks are at least preparing for war, at least trying to give the impression that they're ready to take on, whatever the Houthis deliver. And so that's a little bit what's concerning, is that it does look like things might be heading towards war unless there's, something stops that. There have been a lot of casualties over the last week or so on both sides. The Saudis have lost some folks as well. And so this is an escalation over what we've seen over the last couple of years, and reminds me a bit of the early days of the Yemen conflict, except now the Bab el-Mandeb is very much in the equation, which of course can potentially bring in other forces such as the United States, or Israel was involved in Yemen, in attacking Yemen previously as well. So it might become a wider conflict than it was in the early days of the Yemen war.
So, Uma, just picking up on that, what practical steps can actually be taken to deter the Houthis from impacting maritime traffic in the Red Sea? Just picking up on what Elena had to say there.
Yeah, absolutely. What Elena has alluded, it's definitely going towards that direction. I think that the activation of the newly formed maritime coalition, their involvement in the security of maritime traffic in Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb, but on an operational level, and also increasing the naval patrolling and escorting of ships, that can perhaps add a layer of safety towards maritime shipping, but it will not really make this navigation completely secure. And I guess that eventually the coalition, both the Joint Forces Command, which is led by Saudi Arabia, and also the Maritime Coalition, they would need to target missile and drone launching infrastructure inside the Yemeni hinterland controlled by the Houthis, and perhaps also their launching sites and launching pads, which is considerably difficult because that will involve intelligence, surveillance, and many other forms of kinetic operations. And even then, this would remain a tall task. We have seen this continuously in terms of involvement of foreign forces in Yemen and militaries. And I guess that eventually this coalition, this maritime coalition, it will again need to coordinate with the Western navies present in the region. Eventually, unless the problem of Houthis inside Yemen is not addressed, it's a political problem. This is just a consequence of that. And no matter how much resources are pulled together, no matter how much efforts are conducted, it will remain a problem. It will create a nuisance in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
And Elena, how closely is the Houthi threat now tied to the wider US-Iran war?
It's a great question. It's one that's actually very difficult to unpack. The Houthi-Iran relationship has always been a bit nebulous, and I followed it since the beginning of this particular war in late 2014 and even before then. And the relationship has gotten deeper over time. But I think what's really critical, Iran has been very helpful to the Houthis in some key ways, including giving them, media training support, including giving them oil that they've been able to turn into, currency, giving them weapons. And that's a big one. And so they've been a huge booster to Houthi power but the Iranians are not the source of Houthi power. And they're also, the Houthis do not act only because Iran tells them to do something. The Houthis have their own reasons for doing a lot of what they're doing. It happens to align with Iran, and that's convenient, and both of them help each other out as a result. So there's definitely, a relationship there, to say the least. But I think it's really critical to understand that the Houthis have their own reasons as well. So it's not just the conflict, that's happening with Iran, but then in addition, the Houthis are incentivized to be doing the same thing. So to Umair's point about, this is really hard to unpack. As long as the Houthis are, in Yemen, in charge of Sana'a, and able to disrupt the Bab el-Mandeb, they have their own reasons for doing that, whether Iran would want them to or not. And so I think we need, policymakers are looking at ways to deal with the Houthi threat itself outside of just the Iran context.
And Umair, let's talk about that a little bit more, because with the Iran-US Memorandum of Understanding right now, that is due to expire, and that's next week. Is this now a critical deadline for both sides to reach an agreement, or are we heading towards another further escalation if we can't see a deal between Iran and the US in the Strait of Hormuz? Because, of course, we're also talking about Bab el-Mandeb too.
Yeah, Leigh Ann, we have seen that after the breakdown of the initial ceasefire, the U.S. conducted airstrikes again in southern Iran, targeting military installations. But we have seen that those airstrikes, they have not really achieved any strategic goal or any outcome that the U.S. can actually present as a victory or as some sort of progress in terms of achieving its wider goals in this theater. Similarly, the Iranian response has been clearly hitting Arab Gulf states, critical infrastructure, and U.S. presence there. But that these Iranian actions in turn further erode its relationship with these Arab Gulf states. So again, those attacks also don't achieve anything on part of whether political or security-wise on part of Iran. So I think that both sides, their military planners and their political decision makers, they understand that they are in sort of a dead end in terms of achieving goals through the military route. And perhaps there is a realization on both ends that eventually we will have to do some sort of a political compromise. That the cost of political compromise right now has been increased a lot by the Iranian side. Otherwise, I think by now the situation would have been relatively improved, and the Strait of Hormuz would have been open. But the new, you can say, conditions which Iran has put now, involving furthermore concessions from the U.S., it's making a political compromise from the U.S. perspective much more difficult. And perhaps, in my understanding, the eventual result will be both sides continuing with this their respective blockades on each other.
Umair, I do apologise. We seem to have lost your internet connection there. Umair, I'm not sure if we can get you back. Oh, he is back. Umair, yeah. Great to have you back. I don't know if you wanted to finish your point.
Yes, I want to say that the blockades will continue by Iran and also by the U.S., but I don't see any official ceasefire happening anytime sooner.
And Elena, I want to talk to you a little bit about these blockades at the moment, because we know the Strait of Hormuz is obviously not moving. It's blockaded, even though Donald Trump does say the Strait of Hormuz is open. And then we're having a look at Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and that is also facing a blockade at the moment. At any point, will the US get involved in the Bab el-Mandeb if it starts affecting gas prices back at home in the United States? Because obviously President Donald Trump has those midterm elections coming up.
Yes. So as an American, I can tell you that conversations in America are often about gas prices, and the American electorate care a lot about that. I think one of the things to understand about these waterways is that sometimes the traffic isn't going through them, not because of a physical threat, but because of the fear of a physical threat. Now, there are actual physical threats happening right now, but I think as a case in point, even when the Houthis at one point in time stopped doing attacks on the Bab el-Mandeb, a lot of the traffic did not return. And the reason for that is because there's insurance companies and there's all sorts of, if you're trying to take a ship through any sort of waterway, you need insurance, you need a letter of credit sometimes, you need all these things that sometimes banks or insurance companies no longer want to give for certain routes because of a risk. And so what you find in the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb is even if they suddenly physically become clear in the sense that there's another MOU or some sort of agreement or a ceasefire or whatever, it doesn't necessarily mean that the next day the traffic just starts moving like it was before. There's oftentimes a chilling effect that essentially occurs that can make the traffic essentially not come back to its regular levels for a really long time. And so gas prices and those sorts of things continue to be affected even if there is some sort of peace deal on the table. And we've seen that happen with the Strait of Hormuz, and we've seen that happen even prior to that with the Bab el-Mandeb. And so I think that is the concern, is even if there is an Iran deal, there's still the issue in Yemen, which is connected, but its own issue as well. And there can be this chilling effect.
And Umar, given the renewed Houthi attacks on Saudi Arabia and Red Sea shipping, could the Houthi threat become the first major test of the new Saudi Arabia, Pakistan and Turkey trilateral defense partnership we saw signed so recently?
Yeah, I think absolutely. The Houthi threat is where this trilateral defense agreement perhaps is already getting involved. We have seen reports of Turkish drones being involved in attacks on Houthis. We have also heard about Pakistani-Saudi jointly produced drones perhaps involved. And we also know that a big contingent of Pakistani ground forces, they are deployed on the Saudi-Yemen border. So I think that in the coming days, this trilateral agreement, I'm not saying it will be tested, but I think that the two other partners of Saudi Arabia, in one or another capacity, they might get involved within the Yemeni front. But again, as I said earlier, the initiative has to be taken by Riyadh. It's its call, as we say. What do it want to achieve through kinetic means, and what can actually be achieved through kinetic means?
Elena, just your final thoughts on that trilateral agreement and where it stands at the moment in light of what we're seeing.
I would just say, to add on to Umair's point, that, these countries signed this agreement so recently, they knew the environment in which they were signing the agreement. So this isn't an agreement that was signed 10 years ago, and now suddenly it's being tested in a way it never has been before. They signed this agreement during this time. So I think it's more a question of it will demonstrate what they really meant by the agreement. Let's see what happens over the next few weeks in terms of what actions are actually taken, and then we'll get a sense of what the agreement actually looks like and means.
Yes, of course. Always give it a little bit of time. Uma and Elena, absolute pleasure to have you both on together. Thank you so much for your time with me today and for your analysis.
Thank you.
Indonesian authorities have rescued 170 people and confirmed one person has died after a boat caught fire off the coast of Bali. Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento has the latest.
Like deja vu, an Indonesian ferry traveling from the tourist island of Bali went up in flames, making it the second incident in a space of just 10 days, following a string of sea tragedies. The local transport investigation body ranked Indonesia as the deadliest place on earth to board a passenger boat. A survivor said they were instructed to jump into the water.
The fire kept getting bigger. When I looked, I saw that about half of the motorcycles parked inside the ferry had already been burned. They told us to stay calm at first, saying they were trying to put out the fire and get the situation out of control. But in the end, we were told to jump.
Indonesia, an archipelago of 17,000 islands, relies heavily on ferries as a key mode of transportation, with sea routes more affordable than air travel. However, safety standards are not always enforced, which, according to experts, has resulted in the country being home to over half of the world's marine transport accidents.
We received a report that a ship had caught fire. In response, we deployed rescue vessels to the location at 6:30 in the morning. We coordinated with other agencies, such as the Navy and police.
While Indonesia's maritime faces a reputation crisis, across the ocean, a Zimbabwean ferry carrying 95 people capsized on Lake Kariba, killing 44 people. For both Indonesia and Zimbabwe, authorities are still investigating, but past probes pinned the blame on overcrowding. Wandi Swandengendo, Arabiya English.
Now, President Putin has sent a stark warning to Europe, threatening to seize ships belonging to European countries. It's in retaliation for plans to intercept and seize Russian vessels suspected of being part of Moscow's shadow fleet. Take a listen.
We see that the authorities of some countries, in violation of international maritime law, are trying to restrict the movement of vessels operated by our economic operators, civilian vessels. They have even gone so far as to consider seizing our vessels and selling property taken from us. This is, of course, nothing short of piracy and robbery. If such actions begin to be implemented in practice, we will be forced to respond in kind, and not necessarily in the same waters where attacks on vessels are being planned. We will determine for ourselves where and when such a response is necessary and appropriate.
Now, tonight, after W News, Al Arabiya English has an exclusive interview with the Hadid family after being granted special access to the family's estate in Rhodes in Greece. Al Arabiya's English, Katerina Tiliakou, sat down with Mohammed, Mariella and Mahmoud Hadid. Take a look.
It's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country. I was born in Damascus, Syria, at 10 to America, being labeled a refugee, totally against the genocide. And I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it.
We are Palestinians that feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture.
This is my grandmother's ring, my teta, a small coin from Palestine. Family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Now, a once-in-a-generation total solar eclipse is set to get underway today and will be visible across some areas in Europe, including Iceland, Spain and also Portugal. Meanwhile, millions of people living in other areas of the world, including Africa, North America and the Pacific, will be able to see a partial eclipse. The rare event will briefly plunge some places into darkness as the moon does block out the sun. For more on this, I'm joined by presenter and journalist and friend of the show, of course, Jono Hayes. Jono, great to have you on set with me. So, as I said there, a rare total solar eclipse is going to be hitting parts of Europe today. So why are so many people getting ready and gearing up to see everything plunge into darkness?
Because it is, like you said, something that's once in a generation. So there'll be a lot of people who are alive today who are watching this. It's been 27 years since we've last seen an eclipse of this magnitude. And the path of totality for this one is actually quite broad as well. So it's impressive from that point of view. A lot of people will get to experience in the UK and Ireland 96 to about 92 to 96% of the sun will be eclipsed. We haven't seen something like that since 1999. Now, what's important to maintain and remember is we're not going to see something like that for Europe again until 2090. So a lot of us, unless we've got very good doctors, are not going to be around to see 2019 to see that eclipse as well. So this is an impressive one. Now, the path of totality for this one will make its way entirely from Greenland down by the cusp and the tip of Iceland, and then it will make its way across the south of Europe as well, where it'll head towards Spain. Now, it won't be visible from places like Barcelona and Madrid. Actually won't get a full totality, but the Balearic Islands, Palma de Mallorca, will be getting 100%. Now, it's also quite a long eclipse as well. We'll get about 3 minutes of totality, so that's why this is very impressive. It's not that often that this happens. Some of us will remember the last time that this a level of this eclipse happened in Europe, and that one for me was 1999. It's quite an eerie moment when you have one of those eclipses as well to experience that. We can talk about that in a minute, but this is going to be an impressive one. Eyes to the sky for this, because it certainly will be one to watch and one to remember, which I think is what's important.
No, absolutely. And we'll also talk about 1999 a little bit later on. But I think a lot of people have been talking about what will we actually feel and notice when the eclipse begins, apart from the change in light, because a lot of people have been talking about how the body feels, the animals react. There's so much on social media.
OK, well, take the social media element aside from it, because there's a lot of, I'm going to call it speculation in terms of what you will feel from an astrology point of view. And I don't want to necessarily get into that. But factually speaking, at least, it's as if it has hit nighttime, but in a very, very quick period of time. So, yes, you'll experience things like birds will stop singing. You could hear cicadas or crickets could be heard, because potentially they will think that it's night as well. So it throws off the circadian rhythm of a lot of the animals. But also it'll feel noticeably colder as well. Europe, of course, right now is going through quite a hot spell. So that would be a welcome bit of respite for 3 minutes during the early evening sun. This is also a unique eclipse in that it's happening so soon before sunset for certain parts of Europe. So you'll have that striking image of the sun on the horizon being eclipsed over up to, as I said, 96% in some places and 100% in others, followed afterwards very quickly by sunset. So that will make for some striking photographs. It's going to be one of the most photographed events in recent times as well, because yes, there are millions of people who are in that path of totality, but there are many, many millions more who are in the path of partial totality, and they'll get to see some level of eclipse as well. And again, we do have annual eclipses. These things are not unusual, but it's the total solar eclipse which makes it such a rarity. And for that area of the world as well to see this, it's an impressive moment.
And it's a big deal because people have been queuing, haven't they, all day to try and find these special glasses that you have to wear. And I think we also have to talk about, you know, what you should do, the do's and don'ts for a solar eclipse, because a lot of people, you don't want to look directly at the sun, do you?
So it doesn't matter how good your sunglasses are. About 4 seconds of staring directly into the cornea of the sun will burn the retinas out of your head. Take it from somebody who in 1999 attempted to do that very unsuccessfully. And that's why we've seen this big surge in eclipse glasses, which are relatively inexpensive to produce. They've got a special filter on there that allows people to look directly into the sun. People are making their own version of these viewing devices as well. You can do this with like a cereal box, a cardboard cereal box and a piece of white paper, and you can make a device to actually see that path of totality being crossed, but it's not as impressive as being able to look directly into it. People who are using telescopes, that kind of stuff, all require filters on there, because obviously looking at the sun at any given time of day is a bad idea. Looking at the sun during an eclipse is an incredibly bad idea. There will be, for those few people who are in the path of totality, a few seconds, minutes where you can safely look at the eclipse itself in its totality before the corner of the sun comes back into vision once again, and at which point it becomes quite dangerous to do something like that. And there will inevitably be a stack of people who'll end up in A&E with burnt retinas as a result of looking directly into the sun, because you can tell people exactly what to do, but unfortunately that's not always very successful.
Yeah, that's true. And I think a lot of the shops have just been sold out of these special glasses everywhere. And John, another thing, the universe is really showing off tonight, isn't it? Because we're talking about the solar eclipse, which is completely magical in many respects, but there's going to be a meteor shower also happening right after the eclipse. So what can we expect from that? And can that also be seen from naked eye?
Yes, so that's annular. Perseids meteor shower happens every single year. That will be up to 100 objects flying through the sky at any given moment. If you're in a very clear area, which a lot of the areas in Europe right now are experiencing no cloud cover, so it will be a very, very impressive show for the Perseids meteor shower. And the good news is, even if you're outside of the areas which are seeing this partial eclipse, or this full total eclipse tonight, you will still be able to view this Perseids meteor shower from pretty much anywhere in the northern hemisphere. And it is very impressive. Get yourself to a place where there is not much light pollution, and you'll be able to see up to 100 objects in the sky per night. A lot of people are having FOMO about this solar eclipse. A lot of people will travel to go and specifically see it. I've read a story today of one girl who's on the way to Greenland and her husband's travelled to Palma de Mallorca, and they're going to FaceTime each other so they get to see the solar eclipse twice. But if you have FOMO and you're in the region, if you're in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the good news for you is we don't actually have that long to wait until a similar event hits our shores. That'll be in 2027, 2nd of August 2027. Mark it in your calendar now. There will be a full, total solar eclipse that will encapsulate places like it will come across Morocco towards Egypt into the area of Luxor in Egypt, which is sure to be stunning, and it will be a full solar eclipse that will hit Jeddah on the 2nd of August in 2027. So my advice to you now is to get out there and buy your solar sunglasses right now, because you're going to need them by then. Perhaps there's a captive market to buy those in. Book your flights to get to Jeddah, because that is going to be a very, very impressive. And again, people have travelled a long distance to go and see this. So set that down for the 2nd of August in 2027. I'm already super excited about that. But there is some unusual changes which are taking place through the UK, because events like this, when it happened in 1999, we saw international games being moved, matches, rugby games being moved because of the eclipse. A couple of reasons. Some people are speculative about it might be superstition, but one of the main reasons is that some of these pitches, for cricket especially taking place today, don't have floodlights, so they've moved the matches to earlier in the day. Some horse races have been moved until later in the day so that they can be played under floodlights. So there is some changes. And then there's also to take into consideration tidal changes which happen, because something like this will bring about what's known as a spring tide, which means it might be exceptionally high as a tide, and when the tide goes out, it will be exceptionally low. Spring tides are not unusual. The gravitational pull of the moon, when it's in relation to the sun, causes that spring tide. So you're likely to see slightly more dangerous swimming situations or swimming conditions, and people are being advised to stay out of the water while the solar eclipse is taking place, because it might sound very romantic and very beautiful, but it actually does pose some danger, and that spring tide that follows afterwards can also be a bit tricky to navigate if you're not a particularly strong swimmer.
And governments across Europe have actually said, please don't get into the water when the solar eclipse happens, to see it at a better view for that very reason, because of the dangers that might be posed because of the different tides that can be caused due to it. But you've mentioned it many times, 1999, and, you know, many people, this will be their first time ever seeing something like this, because we were around in 1999, God forbid.
We were tiny, but we were around.
We were around. But so many people weren't. So, like you said, once in a generation. I don't know what year it was. Obviously, I grew up in Africa, and I do remember a total solar eclipse. And I remember watching it from the field in my school, and just the amazing moment of feeling very cold, and just, it's quite miraculous, really. So I guess for a generation coming up now, it's pretty spectacular.
And it's exactly that. I think from what we've checked into online, 2002 was the, and you must have been in diapers at that stage, would have been when that eclipse took place in Africa. And that path of totality hit towards there. And 1999 was the one that last hit Europe, and it was about 98%, so it's equivalent to what we're seeing now. And yes, I remember it getting very cold. It went down to almost freezing conditions, and it was a September eclipse that happened. However, we also noticed that that exact moment in time, the birds stopped singing, and there was complete silence. And for 3 minutes, it almost felt like the world had entirely changed. And there was a lot, and there always is speculation that the sun's never going to come out again. A lot of the stuff that you read online will say that. And so that was, I think, another one of those times when you just thought, I'll never forget it. I do remember staring directly into the cornea of the sun on that day as well, and incurring a little bit of damage to my eyes. But I think this is, for a lot of people who've never seen something like this before, a truly miraculous moment, and one to remember forever.
I remember at school we actually made the glasses out of the cereal boxes.
Yes.
So they were homemade glasses, but they were absolutely amazing. And as we did say before, just the safety tips, just make sure you protect your eyes. Don't go into the sea. Just be very, very visual of that. And there's something else I want to talk to you about, John O'Hays, and we're going to move on to something that's happening in the UK. It's getting ready for another major heat wave, with temperatures expected to hit 38 degrees Celsius in parts of England, and that will happen tomorrow. So, Jono, really, is the UK prepared for more extreme heat like this? Because this, I think, will be the 5th heat wave the UK is seeing. And they've obviously had a hosepipe ban. There's been, you know, fires too.
2/3 of the fresh water supply in the UK currently is at risk of running out. Because although we think of the UK and of Ireland being islands, the fact of the matter is that the natural groundwater reserves are actually quite limited, and something like this can cause some serious damage to those, and especially if there hasn't been rain for a relatively short period of time. Especially something like this. We haven't seen this July, August as dry as this in 190 years. Of course, we've seen the implications of this in Europe already with the wildfires. The truth of the matter is that we simply do not have freshwater reserves in the island of Ireland or in the UK in order to be able to continue on with this. Temperatures like 38 degrees for someone like us when we're in the GCC may not seem like it's that much, but in a country that really hasn't built up the infrastructure for that and is truly not prepared for it, this can be devastating. It's the long-term implication more than anything else. In the short term, we're talking about people who are in houses which are simply not built for this level of heat, which means that they are most vulnerable, most at risk. The elderly who potentially are not able to cool down their body quick enough because, again, AC is not really a thing in a lot of places in the UK. And there's 45 million people who are in the UK right now affected by this drought, like you rightly mentioned. The hosepipe ban that's currently in place. These heat domes are something that's occurred now for the 5th time this summer over Europe. And these are incredibly tricky to try and shift. The issue is with the buildup of high pressure inside there, the temperature goes up and up and up. And the easiest way to equate it to is to that greenhouse effect. Effectively, Europe is being covered by what is an invisible layer of glass right now. The heat has built up inside. There is nowhere for that heat to escape to, and it's continuously being replaced with more low or high pressures, which seem to make this prolonged even more and more. So yes, I think it's not ready for this. Experts are optimistic that this one will be the last one and that can break with thunderstorms and that, a couple of showers of rain. But the simple fact of the matter is it's not going to be as simple as a couple of showers of rain that's going to fix this problem, because the ground is now so baked and so dry that it's porous to the rain that will fall. So the groundwater levels are not going to replenish themselves back until probably the September-October rains start to fall, which will then penetrate through to the ground. But the groundwater supply is going to be an issue for the foreseeable future, and that's where the concern comes in. We could see an issue whereby they have to look towards desalination or potentially importing water in order to replenish the groundwater supplies, and that is a concern.
And, I was just having a look at some statistics here. The UK could record temperatures above 35 degrees Celsius for 4 consecutive months. It's unprecedented in recorded history. And I have been seeing a lot, as I'm sure you are, that right now this is affecting farming in the UK, because we see crops really suffering when it comes to this heat, the lack of water, and farmers are really concerned. So they could also be economic impacts and impacts on food.
And it's the wider reach of that as well, Leigh Ann. Like you say, we've seen 1,000 wildfires in the UK. That's unprecedented, first and foremost. We rarely see that number through the UK and through Ireland as well. There's been an emergency COBRA meeting that's been set up by Andy Burnham. You know it's getting serious when that becomes something. But the longer-term implications are that crops will suffer. We head in now towards your fallow season, where you go August, September, where you start to plant your crops. The simple thing about this is the ground is not going to be feasible for crop planting. You then look at farmers and their longevity stock. They will have to feed cattle through the winter, whereby now you would normally have a second cut of something like hay or silage to keep those cattle fed and keep your livestock fed through the winter. They haven't had that second cut. In fact, the ground is so bereft and so bare, there's barely been a first cut of hay and silage for this year, which means that farmers will face a very long, very tough winter where feedstock is going to have to be fed on dry nuts, and that is something that's going to cost a lot of money. The implications of that will be that dairy farming will become a lot more expensive through the next couple of months. You'll see a December, January, February whereby this livestock simply does not have enough silage or hay to eat, and it's going to have to be fed on very expensive dry feedstock, which means that the price of milk will increase. We don't think about these things when we look and say, right, how is this affecting us right now? Right now it's a hosepipe ban. December, January, February of next year is where we see the direct implication towards this. We'll see potential things like maybe a hard frost that hits after this, and things like blight in potatoes, which if a blight hits the potato stocks, we could see that also diminish as well. Carrots, cabbage, all that things are all implicated directly from how harsh the summer is now, and then directly how mild the winter is afterwards, which is a very big possibility when we see such a warm summer like this.
Extreme temperatures, yes, and of course extreme heat could affect health, transport, infrastructure, because like you rightly said before, the UK And England is just not set up for these extreme temperatures. You know, we don't see air conditioning systems and things in place. And I think when it comes to infrastructure, England is really, and the rest of Europe, are going to have to think about it. But thank you so much for that, John. Great to have you on the show with me as always. A reminder of our top stories. The Houthis renew attacks on the strategic port of Mocha in Yemen. Putin warns Europe Russia will seize its ships in retaliation for plans to intercept its vessels suspected of being part of Moscow's shadow fleet. And a once-in-a-generation rare solar eclipse is set to be watched by millions around the world. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
It's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country. I was born in Damascus, Syria, at 10 to America, being labeled a refugee, totally against the genocide. And I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it.
We are Palestinians that feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture.
This is my grandmother's ring, my teta, a small coin from Palestine. Family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
The Hadid family is a name many of us know through business, design, culture, and philanthropy. For the first time, we were granted exclusive access to the Hadid family estate in Rhodes, Greece. We sat down with designer and architect Mohammed Hadid, his daughter, designer and businesswoman Marielle Hadid, and his brother, entrepreneur Mahmoud Hadid. Join us for a rare look inside the family, their story, and the legacy that continues to inspire generations. Welcome, Mahmoud, at Al Arabiya English. Thank you so much for inviting us at your house here in Rhodes. So as Palestinian American, can you tell us why did you choose specifically Rhodes?
I had the privilege to move here with my father, who worked in the United States government at the USIA and the Voice of America in 1970, and he was based on Rhodes. So I was able to come to Rhodes and live in Greece and study in Greece.
Alongside with your work in environmental engineering and the real estate development, you have also donated money to the Red Crescent, to the United Nations and other organizations. You have also helped orphans and poor people here in Rhodes. So can you tell us more about these projects?
That is correct. Besides doing many things with orphans locally in Greece or in other parts of the world, I mentioned the Red Crescent when we were separated in 1948, and then I was born. It was the Red Crescent were able to unite my parents. In those days, there was, of course, no telephones and all that. I had an opportunity to be invited by Dr. Mohammed Al-Hadid, who started the Red Crescent in 1948 in Jordan. Once I was able to visit the Red Crescent, Amman, Jordan, I found a lot of children in need of help. The hospital needed equipment. We were able, my wife and I, to donate X-ray, MRI equipment, and other things that the hospital requested from us. Most recently, a few months ago, I was able to visit the hospital, and I was able to meet approximately 100 children who were brought from Gaza. These children did not have legs, limbs, head injuries, blindness, lost their parents. It makes me very sad to see children 6 years old, 7 years old, 9 years old, no legs, no arms. It is a very sad, these children are only victims of war, family, losing their parents, losing their country, Gaza. So it was very important, and the most honorable mission is to continue to work with the Red Crescent, the Red Cross. Many of the Red Crescent aid helpers were killed, bombed in hospitals. It is very sad that the humanitarians who are helping the victims of war would also become victims because of their helping victims. So there's nothing more honorable in my life that I did, more rewarding than taking care of the children of Gaza, my people, the Palestinians. So it is very rewarding, emotionally sad, but due to our faith, believing in God and in Allah, we hope for a better tomorrow. And so I do support also Her Royal Highness Alia Al-Hussein and her effort to save animals in it's called Small Miracles. So it's not only the human impact, it's not only the children who are lose their limbs and their families, so it's the environment as a whole. Without it, we cannot live.
You have often spoken about your Palestinian refugee status. Can you please tell us more about this experience? How has it shaped your outlook on success and your whole identity?
Well, it's never comfortable to be displaced from your home, from your country, to be stripped of the ability to exercise your rights with your faith and other beliefs. So in the beginning, it was very confusing to be traveling at a year and a half old. I was born in Damascus, Syria. Then at the age of 1.5, I left for Lebanon. At 3, I was an infant, left for Tunis. At 10, to America. And being labeled a refugee, when it's not refugee, not in the context that we were poor or living in tents, but it gives a stigma to what refugee meant. You could be a king and be displaced from your country, like in Greece and other Spain. So it was very frustrating to try to overcome language, cultural differences, to be accepted in society. So the challenges were not to keep up, but try to excel, to catch up. Once we did, we were able to do good things with that knowledge. We turned it to positive energy, and we started to contribute for the better world and environmental work and other things such as, helping people who can't help themselves anymore.
Your ancestor, Dahir al-Umar, was the ruler of Palestine on the 18th century. Can you please tell our audience more about his legacy and his story?
Yes, Dahir al-Umar was a leader in Palestine in the 18th century. He unified the business world between Jews, he brought them from Tiberias, he protected the Christians in Nazareth. He was able to have industry unification and believed, and he actually liberated it by removing even Napoleon from the era. Dahir al-Umar was considered king of Galilee and prince of Nazareth. He built the Church of the Annunciation, where the Virgin Mary, at the well of the Virgin Mary, where of course Gabriel gave the annunciation of the coming of Jesus Christ. Dahir al-Umar was very open, liberal, ideology thinking, and liberated the Arab world and brought unity between the three faiths to work and prosper together. So his legacy, from my mother's side, Khiriye Dahir al-Umar, Dahir al-Dahir, is embedded. My father is Anwar Hadid from Sapad, but lived in Nazareth and under British rule. The first 4 children were born in Palestine, Muhammad being the last. Muhammad was 2 weeks old when we went back to our home from Nazareth, where he was born, and Dahir al-Umar's home, where my mother was born, and went back to Safed to go back into the home, and he was denied entrance, and he was taken to Lebanon, to where my aunt lived. My father went from Safed to Syria, and unfortunately, there was a lot of killing that night, and later the Red Crescent was able to reunite us. I and the other 4 children were born as, say, refugees in Syria, and left Syria on a refugee Palestinian voyage.
You have spoken openly about the Israeli-Palestinian war and the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you please tell us more about your thoughts?
I've been to Palestine, I've been to the West Bank, Akka, Haifa, Tiberias, Ramallah. For me, it's a microism of what's happening in the world today, where we are allowing genocide, killing, displacing of my people, so it's more effective on my feelings. I don't agree with war in general. I don't agree in the destruction of the creatures and the animals and the planet, because war is never good for anything, any war. In this particular case, yes, I'm totally against the genocide, the ethnic cleansing, and I'm most disturbed by the silence of the greater powers who may actually be financing it. And so it has conflicts, because I'm American, I'm Arab, I'm born between cultures of religion, faith, the Holy Land, and visiting the Jordan River and so forth. So it does have emotional impact, but you have to be strong to overcome everything and not deal with it in emotions, but try to make it a better world again if possible.
Were you able to go back to Palestine as well?
I was in Palestine in 1989 during the first Intifada. I was detained 3 hours at the airport by the military. I was guns and all were triggering to get me to react violently so that I can become the cause of why I should have been maybe injured. But I was able to keep my discipline. They put me on a plane and I never went back. At that time, I also removed many things from the house of Zahir al-Omar, where my father, and shipped them to Miami from Haifa.
I understand that you have a long-lasting relationship with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries. Can you tell us how this relationship started and how it has evolved?
My relationship with the Saudis never really started in college, but in the Gulf War, I started to work in the environmental because of the oil well fires. Was the first time it was used as a weapon against the environment, against humanity. So we used, the World Health Organization licensed us to use bacteria for the first time, a war on the environment to save the environment. So I had the opportunity to work in Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait Oil Companies, Bechtel's, Dow Chemicals, and we helped clean up the oil well fires. We do remediation of the soil where we're not burning it, but, for example, inject bacteria into the earth. Augmentation of the sewage plants, because with Saddam, all the motors were shut off, the pumps. So levels of H2S gas, total suspended solids, and others, toxins, were in the air. So I was there for the oil well fires. My first job was in Jabal Ali in Saudi Arabia before we liberated Kuwait, and I was able to enter Kuwait. Also with the time of Hajj in Mecca, so we were there also. Mecca and Riyadh, Dammam, Dahran, and I entered Kuwait during the liberation, and this is where I met my wife Alia.
We can see here in the pictures as well that you are a loving couple. Can you tell us more about this relationship and how it started?
Well, when I reached Kuwait, I set up offices with Aurora, a international company that makes the microorganisms. They actually made it for food products, grease, fats. But I was hiring, and Alia came to interview, and she had the best credentials. She knew Arab word perfect. She was able to speak Arabic, English. She had a degree in business management or accounting, but she was working already with the Arab shipping company. And then she joined me. A week later, I went to see her father, and we got married, because on February 15th, all Palestinians had to leave, 400,000 from Kuwait. They were kicked out. So I married her February 6th, called our good friend, Mr. Zanouna, who was in Jordan, and he allowed us to bring her family to Amman. We got married in Kuwait during the liberation, and been happily together for the last 35 years.
How is your relationship and your families as well with President Trump right now? Because I understand that it has been through some ups and downs.
That is correct. Pre-1986 and 80s, end of the 70s, when 76 was the oil booms, the oil embargoes. Mr. Trump was a great real estate tycoon. My brother Mohammed Hadid was also a big tycoon in real estate. Ritz-Carltons, the World Trade Centers in Washington, beautiful villas that they built for some of the royal members of the Saudi and other, and he's very well known, Mohammed, of course, as partners and more intimate with them than I was. Then, of course, as times changed, I'm not sure we have any direct conflicts or have any. When my father died in 1989, Trump was cordial enough to send condolences to Mohammed. So you cannot say anything. Politics, as you mentioned, my nieces might be more vocal. Some of us, but it's a balance. But I don't believe there's any direct conflict with Mr. Trump, President Trump, or his family. Mohammed and Donald had good respect for each other as business tycoons in the real estate in New York, Washington, Aspen, and so forth.
Before ending this interview, I know your close ties with your family. So I would like to ask you, what is the message that you want to pass on to them?
Well, to make my father proud, and my grandmother who died in Rhodos, and my mother, and 80% of my family who I've already buried, was always, my motto would be the same as it would be on my gravestone, that whatever I found in life, I leave it more beautiful than I find it.
Thank you so much.
So here you have my father, Anwar Hadid, my mother, Khiriye Dahir al-Omar, princess, my twin sister, Maha, the baby, the eldest, my sister, Ghada Hadid Hamdan, the banker. That's me, Mahmoud. Next to me is my brother, Muhammad, Raida, the second eldest sister, my brother Majid, who is an attorney, Majida, Sana, my apologies, Sana Hadid, lives in Amman now, also married my first cousin, Zuhair Hadid, and Majida Hyatt. So this is my family. Here are the grandchildren, or the nieces, nephews. Here's Alana with Michelle. This is my, Bella and one of my nephew, Yazan's son, Amin. So when they were all children, and as we had wedding parties, functions, we were able to enjoy their childhood. And this is Gigi. And this is Gigi, my apology. Bella, you will see her in other photos. But yeah, Wasim, Yazan. This is Alana, again, Lina. This is Muhammad with his 5 children. The eldest being Marielle, Alana, Gigi, Bella, Anwar, Yolanda, and yours truly, Muhammad Hadid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hadid, for joining us at Al Arabiya English. In some of your interviews, you have mentioned how important it is to you to encourage your children to be proud of their Palestinian heritage. Can you explain to us why this is so important as a message to pass them on to them?
It's always been because I think from my parents' side that I learned about my heritage, which I know I have a long history of culture and heritage in my family member, three family members, my mother especially. Her parents, her father, grandfather, great-grandfather was the ruler in land of Galilee at one time from 1725 to 1775. He ruled Dahir al-Umar Zaydani. So we have cultural heritage within us, so we wanted to keep that. So my mother always taught us not to hate anyone, including what the people who have done to us in the past, who we invited into our homes. And I always asked my mother, "Why don't you tell me about this?" She said, "We didn't want you to hate." So they waited until we are much later on in life and they gave us specifically what happened to them in 1948 and before. 1946, when they invited some of the refugees from Poland and other parts of Europe to come and stay with them. So that kind of touched me personally because of their generosity and self-awareness, for them to know that they have done something good for the world, and but in fact it turned on them. In 1948, they kicked us all out. I was a baby. I was 6 days old when I was born in Nazareth, Palestine at the time, and at my great-grandfather's home in Nazareth, and my mother came back to our home in Safed, and they will not allow us into our home. So therefore, I see how my father taught us to be kind and to be good, regardless, and without pain. And I always thought to my mother, why you never tell us these things? She said, "We don't want you to learn about the massive experiences of what happened to us. We want you to make your own decisions about life, and then you can learn about the history. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in pain." And therefore, I want to do the same thing with my kids. But my kids already by that time they knew about our family. They knew about me. They knew about my mother and father and their cousins and their family members. So they are aware of who they are. And of course, they took on the Palestinian issue because that was the sensitive issue, not of them being half Dutch and half Irish and so on and so forth. We are Palestinians. They feel good about being Palestinians, being Muslim, being part of that culture. So that's pretty much the way they have approached it. And without really pushing them, they loved it. They loved being who they are. They loved the culture. They loved the food. My mother was always teaching them about the food, about her background, our background, and how we lived our life through that, through my mother and my father, their kindness, that you don't need to be upset and sad, even though we are sad and upset, but it's relatively not the same. Other people who have suffered and still until today suffering in our parts of the world.
I have seen that you touched a little bit the Israeli and Palestinian conflict, and you have spoken very vividly regarding the illegal settlements in West Bank. Can you explain to us what are your thoughts on these subjects?
Oh, because you have to, for sure, when you have as I have and my kids have, a huge amount of followers. Huge, and not because of this conflict, because of what we do in life. Of course, I have been literally shadow banned for a long time. I mean, I used to have 6-7 million followers. Now I have 1.5 million. Not because of anything, they shut me down. My daughters have probably about 500 million followers. So they have voice, and we need to voice ourselves to put our conflict on stage for people to see reality. We're humans. We're intelligent. We are educated, and we want people not to think that what they tell others who are the Palestinians are just goem or animals or so on. You know, we know who we are. We don't have to even explain that. So this is the reason why I did not tell Bella or Gigi or Alana or Marielle or Anwar what to do, what to say. They said it on their own because they know that's their father's issue, and they need to stay with it.
What is your connection with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries? And how has this relationship evolved?
Oh, it's always been very, very good. You know, I do a non-disclosure agreement with everybody I do work with, especially in the Gulf countries. When I do things around there, I keep it very private to myself. I don't go out and say I'm doing this with this family or that family. But I've done a lot in Saudi Arabia. I've had several, mostly residential projects that I've done in the past. But these are all private, and I don't like to bring up names. But I always enjoyed doing things in the Arab world, because it's my I mean, I love being there to begin with. Plus, I love the people I work with. I've done something in Qatar. I've done their first hotel there in 1979, major hotel, probably his first hotel there in Qatar. And then I've done a lot of things in Egypt. I've done the largest, probably the largest building ever built in Egypt, residential and commercial, and doing another project in the North Coast. I love doing business. As a matter of fact, I want to do things in places like Oman, which I love. I just kind of went there, and the people there are so amazing and make me feel so comfortable. Now I want to take my talent, and if I have left, I'm getting older, so I want to share what I've done. Of course, most of my work was in America, and in Athens, and Rhodes with my brother. My brother was literally, in my opinion, is a genius, but he doesn't want to say he is, but he really is a brilliant guy in his own way.
I have seen that you have done a lot of jobs. Real estate development is one of them. And then you went into business, you've done a lot of philanthropy. You've even represented Jordan as a professional skier in the Olympics. Can you tell us why you've been through so many different career paths?
I think between careers, sometimes the market collapses, something else happens, so you have a void, and that void I never want to be a void. I want to do something crazy, like the Olympics you mentioned. That was I used of course, I had a Jordanian passport at the time, and that was the only way I could have gotten in because I couldn't be with the Austrian team when all these guys are crazy. And I learned how to ski by a friend of mine named Franz Weber, who is probably the most important speed skier in the world. And I shouldn't have done it because it's very dangerous. By the way, I don't know if you know that sport, speed skiing they stopped it because it was so dangerous. So I went there with them, and I was trained in Portillo, Chile, and in Les Arcs, France, and in the wind tunnels in Pasadena and so on. So for speed, I enjoyed it, and I thought, well, so actually I was at the time the oldest Olympian ever to do that sport specifically. But I did it, and I didn't die, so that was it. I enjoyed it.
Where does life find you today? And what are the projects that you're focusing on?
Well, I continue on trying to stay within my real estate projects. I've done a lot in Los Angeles. I was probably the residential arena. I was probably one of the biggest in the late 90s and early 2000s. My biggest places I've done it is in Northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. I had maybe 8 to 10 million square feet of office space that I've done there, and I enjoy doing that. And then I owned the first five Ritz-Carltons from at the time when I was building the Ritz-Carlton hotel chain with Bill Johnson, the original owner, who bought the Boston Ritz-Carlton, and then from there on, I built some of their hotels as well. And then so my passion was always luxury homes, luxury living, luxury. I mean, for some reason I had that in me. And as I always said, my mother used to take me to Egypt and other places around in the Middle East. And I used to look at the pyramids and other places like this. And I was fascinated by the not only the Arabic architecture, it's just in general. In Turkey, for example, in all these places. So I would take a piece of this and that, and I'll put them into my homes, I put them into my hotels, I put them in because I just want to kind of put parts of me in all the projects I've done. So I'm always wanted to do big things. I mean, I don't know why, I don't know, but maybe I was just, I just wanted to explore larger projects, and I was successful in it. So here we are.
And finally, what is the message that you would like to share with the world about Palestine?
You know, my motto has always been, where you come from is what makes you who you are. So I feel like I am my culture, my background, my mother's family's background, our homes in Safed and Nazareth, they were an example of what I want to be. I think that's how I felt. I need to move back and look back and see what we have done and enlarge it in different ways. The architecture is just is the way of life. I enjoyed bringing the East and the West together. I enjoy watching my children doing the same thing. And they're doing it on their own. I don't push my kids into anything, really. Truthfully, they are self-aware. Bella, Gigi, Alana, Marielle, Mahmoud, as you know, we are all different, but yet we're all the same. My brother is a genius. It literally is smart, 10 times smarter than I, but he knows how to play with do it with his own way. I have different ways, and we can complement each other. We are actually more alike than we are different.
Thank you very much for joining us at Arabiya English.
My pleasure.
Welcome, Marielle, at Arabiya English. You have done so many jobs, like your uncle and your father. You have started as a model. You have also worked in the fashion industry, and now you co-own and you co-direct the luxury brand, the Hadid Eyewear. Can you please tell us more about your business endeavors?
So I've always been interested in fashion. I started in fashion in high school. I did model a little bit, but I prefer not to be in front of the camera. I get a little nervous. And I went to art school. And then I did a lot of work within the home. So designing, redesigning. I worked with my father in some of his homes, doing staging. After he completed his homes, I would sometimes come and stage them and get them ready for sale. So I worked with him in that way. Both my mother and father are great cooks, love to entertain, and so I did Living Well with Marielle, which was a passion project of mine, and that I would decorate, go into people's houses, fix them up, and cook a lot and entertain, and it was kind of a lifestyle thing. All of that while I was having children, because it was a way for me to get my creativity out while I had young children. And I love to cook. I cook Arabic food. I learned from my teta how to cook all kinds of Arabic food. And so that is part of my life every day. Arabic music, Arabic food, rolling grape leaves with my sisters, Gigi, Bella, and Alana. So things like that. And now we're at Hadid Eyewear. Actually, we started it in 2017, so it's almost 10 years old, but we are relaunching this month, so it's very exciting.
How are you able to balance motherhood and so many jobs at the same time?
I work a lot with my children's schools, but so I'm on the PTA, and I work in my community a lot, doing projects that help the community that I live in. It's a small community, so it's really important to have grassroots safety, the fires, the environment. So we have to take care of our own communities, and I think that that's how I mostly show, rather than speaking a lot about who a Palestinian is or what a Palestinian is, I like to show that I am a Palestinian because I am a woman, a mother, and I care about the community at large. So that's how I take care of my community.
Can you please tell us more how your Palestinian identity has shaped your creativity, your designs, and your whole idea of life?
So I think, as I said, my parents are artists. So I, from both my mother, who's also a partner in our business, so we're three, my sister, my mother, and I, we work together, and she is an Irish American, so she also believes in liberation of people. And I think that shows up just in art in general, of bringing that beauty throughout everything that you do. But in my own style, I mean, for example, this is my grandmother's ring, my teta, so Hariye. And I also wear a small coin from Palestine. So on one side, it's here somewhere, here. So I keep things close, and gold in general is a way that refugees could leave where they come from and go other places and keep things that have something on them that was worth something.
You have mentioned that you're very close with your family. Would you like to tell us about the values and the messages that you would like to pass on to the next generation?
Yeah, so I call myself the lead Hadid because I am the eldest daughter of Muhammad. So Gigi, Bella, Anwar, and Alana are my younger siblings. And as I said, with living well with Marielle, but just generally, I do a lot of the holidays. I bring the family around. We cook together. We are, and we believe strongly in that family bond. And so we are together for the important parts of our life. And here I am in my uncle's house. So, you know, family is very important, and it's the most important thing. And so what I want to show my children always is, you know, that family are the ones who will always be there for you.
Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you for letting me introduce Hadid Eyewear, and thanks so much.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
An invasion or a peace operation? Reunification or a two-state solution? Cyprus's past is as complex as its future. The Mediterranean island has been divided for more than 50 years. But with a renewed push for UN talks, could a resolution be on the horizon? Stay with Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June, when the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
So June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music. The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Avec toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as, it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music. But since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
An invasion or a peace operation? Reunification or a two-state solution? Cyprus's past is as complex as its future. The Mediterranean island has remained divided for more than 50 years. But with a renewed push for UN talks, could a resolution be on the horizon? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. There's only one divided capital city in the world. Splitting it in two is the UN's longest-running peacekeeping mission. Now, your mind might immediately turn to the Middle East, but it's actually in the Mediterranean, the island of Cyprus. In 1974, Turkey carried out what it called a peace operation following a Greek-backed military coup. Turkish Cypriots now predominantly live in the Turkish-administered north. Greek Cypriots consider the military intervention an invasion. They're part of the EU and live largely in the south. Over 5 decades, 11 UN Secretaries General haven't been able to resolve the partition. But Antonio Guterres wants to give it another try.
I do believe that a solution in Cyprus is absolutely crucial, not only to preserve the interests and the peace of the Cyprus people, but also as a factor of stability in what is becoming a dangerously instable region.
The last round of Cyprus talks was 16 years ago, but Guterres is confident things can be different this time, in part because global conflicts are putting the Med under increasing strain. He made a rare visit to the island at the end of July and says confidence-building measures are underway, the first step towards formal talks. So, coming up, we'll ask our panel, what is the solution to the Cyprus issue? Should Turkey remove its military forces from the island? And in the absence of a diplomatic solution, is another conflict on the island a possibility? Well, joining the discussion is Euripides Evriviades, former High Commissioner for Cyprus to the UK and Senior Fellow at the Cyprus Centre for European and International Affairs at the University of Nicosia. And Professor Hassan Ünal is joining us, a professor at the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Bashkent University. Gentlemen, thank you for being on Counterpoints. More than 50 years on, and the Cyprus issue remains unresolved. The Greek side wants reunification for the whole island under a one-state solution model, while in the Turkish north, the push is for a two-state solution. 16 years after the last round of talks fell apart, there seems to be some subtle movement. The EU has appointed its first ever special envoy for the Cyprus issue, and the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres visited the island at the end of July, the first such visit in more than a decade. Could a resolution be on the horizon? Professor Ünal, let's start with you. A two-state solution or a one-state solution, to your mind, which is more viable?
Well, if there have been so many efforts to be placed into, to find a resolution to the problem, and nothing has come out. And so many secretary generals and quite skillful diplomats have got involved in finding a solution to the problem, and nothing has come out. It may mean that there is perhaps no problem to be resolved. So since 1974, there's been no conflict, no armed conflict, no clashes and nothing happening. And so, okay, there appears to be an issue, diplomatically and politically speaking, at the UN or at some other institutions from which some of the diplomats get their living, because they are paid to to follow what is happening. But after all, basically, this is basically a post-colonial conflict, whereby the colonial power leaves the island, and the two communities, two nations, basically, or extension of two nations, say to each other, you know, I don't recognize your sovereignty, and I can't basically come under your sovereignty. And then you have a conflict, and the societies are torn apart. And the Turkish society suffered quite a bit from 1963 to 1974. And then the Turkish government intervened militarily in 1974, and on a legal basis, with all the rights that provided legitimacy for that intervention, through the international agreements that gave birth to the Republic of Cyprus. So basically, all we have is two working states on the island, and that those two working states need to be recognized by each other. If they don't need to be recognized by one side to the other, well, again, let it be.
Okay, all right. Mr. Evriviades, do you think that the status quo is workable, as the professor said, and that there is no problem that needs to be resolved?
Well, I would venture, and I would gracefully disagree with the analysis of Professor Yunal. I believe the situation on the island is not sustainable. I think it is a negative piece. It is maintained through the use of force. I mean, there are close to 40,000 Turkish troops on the island. And the agreed framework is indeed for a bicommunal, bizonal federal republic. That is the framework, the United Nations framework, which has been agreed by the two sides. I can share the professor's frustration and believe me, my frustration as well, that 52 years down the line, we still do not have a viable situation for both sides, for both communities on the island. We should also mention there are other communities on the island. There is the Armenian community, the Maronite community, the Latin community on the island. What we aspire is one country for one people, member of the United Nations. I know we will not be able to agree about the history of the past. I want us to be able to agree about the history of the future. And the future is none other than having Cyprus, which will continue to be a member of the European Union with or without a solution. Hopefully, of course, with a solution. As to the legal basis that Professor Unal, the distinguished professor, has said, I would also disagree because, yes, and as a matter of fact, I dug up the Treaty of Guarantee because I had a feeling it would come up. And Article 4 of the Treaty of Guarantee of 1960 specifically says that insofar as, I'm reading from the text right now, insofar as common or concerted action may not prove possible, each of the three guaranteeing powers reserves the right to take action, parenthesis, it doesn't specify which action, but take action with the sole aim of re-establishing the state of affairs created by the present treaty. Now, that took place, and of course, Turkey, unfortunately, did not leave the island. And what I say is really what the United Nations is saying, what the United Nations General Assembly has been saying, the Security Council, the European Parliament. And may I also say, and I will, and I don't want to obviously dominate, Resolution 3212 of the United Nations General Assembly, which was adopted in November of '74, in which Turkey voted for it. We have a positive vote of Turkey on that assembly in 3212, which calls for the withdrawal of foreign troops, which calls for the refugees to go back to their homes. And I have it here. I don't want to read it.
Yeah, because you're right. I don't want us to get too bogged down in the past, as you say, that's fraught with complexities, and we could do an entire debate about the history of it. But I like your sense of focusing on what happens now in the future. Professor, what do you make of the comments that Mr. Evriviades said there about that Turkey has maintained this negative peace through the use of military force? Should and could Turkey withdraw its troops from the island to allow for confidence building between the two sides to progress?
Of course, since 1974, Turkey has made it quite clear on every occasion that it is prepared to basically withdraw the big bulk of its troops on the island in case of a resolution, a lasting peace, and what have you. But that hasn't happened. And let me just give you, roughly, quite a number of UN Secretary Generals have worked on it. It started with Perez de Cuellar from 1984 to 1986, then carried on by Boutros Ghali with in 1990, 1992, then the famous Annan Plan with all the fanfare around it, which was roughly accepted by the Turkish side by about 66%, whereas the Greeks rejected it by 76%. And then 2 rounds of long negotiations on the island between the Greek side and the Turkish side, and involving Turkey and Greece to some extent, both in the island and in Switzerland. Nothing came out of it.
But if there's no immediate military concern, as what you were saying earlier, that there is no problem to be resolved, then why do you think Turkey isn't removing its military?
Why should it? Because now look at what the Greeks have been doing, particularly in connivance with Israel. They are bringing in the Israeli on their side. They are also signing certain agreements with a lot of countries, including France, that is outlandish. And then they are trying to militarize the whole conflict. So without realizing that militarizing the conflict, both in Cyprus and in the Aegean, would in the end pay into the hands of Turkey if they want to. But on the other hand, if there is a two-state solution, Turkey would again bring down the number of its troops to a minimum. What would the minimum be? You can't tell right now, but Turkey wouldn't have to basically keep large numbers of troops on the island. But given the complexity surrounding the island now in the Middle East and elsewhere, Turkey would need to keep its forces, although Turkey has a robust military with which it can easily reach Cyprus this way or the other. There's no question about it. At a time of multipolarity, the island has become even more important for Turkish security and for Turkey's interests across the Mediterranean. So those days are over, when you can say, oh, what about, you basically make major concessions for a solution that would favor the Greek cause to a large extent under a European Union membership. And then in return, you might become a member of the European Union at some blah, blah stage. There is no gallery to which you can actually sell those views anymore in Turkey.
OK, all right. Mr. Evriviades, I saw you shaking your head at some points during the Professor's comments there. Give me your interpretation and what's in it for the Turkish side to be absorbed into one nation? And why is there such an opposition to a two-state solution?
It is all of it should be for the benefit of the Cypriots and not hyphenated Cypriots. I am a Cypriot of Greek ethnic background and I'm proud. I'm sure, and I know many of my compatriots, Cypriot Turks, that are Cypriots of Turkish ethnic background, and they are equally proud. The problem that we are facing is really indeed one of security. One side's security is the other side's insecurity. So we have to really solve this double security problem on the island without really militarizing more the island. I know the professor mentioned, the cooperation with Israel, the cooperation with France. When we had the crisis, of course, Iran crisis, Netherlands was here as well. Not as a combatants. We have cooperation, but it's not an alliance. Nobody will come to our aid. Our aim remains to have peaceful coexistence with Turkey, which is our largest neighbor on the island. Geography is destiny. We cannot really change geography. So we're not militarizing. We're far too small to play in the big league that Turkey is playing. At the same time, we cannot kowtow. We are Cypriots. I don't like to be hyphenated Cypriot, but that has been the story, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots. And what the professor also said, and what people should also have in mind, is that if one really, Melinda, looks at the Cyprus question as simply an internal communal problem, it really begs the question. It has an international dimension, and it also has a regional dimension. That's why so many years after independence, since 1960, the United Kingdom maintains two sovereign bases on the islands. And when we talk about Cyprus, we should also know and have in mind that Cyprus, as a subject of international law, is all the territory of the Republic, east, west, north, south, except the two British bases on the island. That's no accident. What is happening in the region, the Cyprus question has been a function of what is happening in the region. It is a post-colonial conflict, as the professor has mentioned. And mind you, I do not take the British away from the divide and rule principles that they had. And if you want me to go further, I will say that the system that we had to guarantee our independence, territorial integrity, that we had with three so-called guarantor powers, Turkey, Greece, and the United Kingdom, all of them, in different ways and in different degrees, committed aggression against Cyprus. I'm not putting all of them on the same basket, and I'm not condoning, of course, Turkish invasion and occupation. No, I'm not. But I'm saying that such a system, in this day and age, 2026, when we are members of the European Union, has to go, and no unilateral rights of intervention. No, thank you.
I want to circle back to something that the professor said earlier, and get you to respond to it, Mr. Evriviades, and then Professor, I'll come back to you. At the moment, there's no skirmishes across the Green Line. There is relative peace and calm, and things have been like that for many, many years. Is this UN visit raking up the idea of talks again? Is it inflaming an issue that doesn't exist anymore and the status quo could continue indefinitely, Mr. Evriviades?
I believe that it is a negative peace. You have peace in the cemeteries, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they're cemeteries. We want prosperity for our people as a whole. And that prosperity comes through a bicommunal, bizonal federal republic. Each zone will be self-administered. Of course, we will have a central government. No community is going to impose its will against the other community. Members of the European Union, and that's where the future lies. One Cyprus for all Cypriots. We want to decouple ourselves, mind you, from great power politics. We want to decouple ourselves from the antiquated system of guarantees because it does not serve our own interests. Why should the security of Cyprus and all Cypriots be contingent on what happens between Turkey and Greece? If something happens between Turkey and Greece in the Aegean, God forbid, Cyprus is going to be, we're afraid there's going to be a victim. There are daily flights of airplanes violating airspace, daily challenges. It's an insecure environment, and we do not really need that insecure environment in this volatile region.
OK, Professor, respond to that directly. If there is one centralised government, should there be no need for these guarantor states that could perhaps be inflaming the issue?
Well, first of all, there are so many skillful diplomats and so many other people who got involved in the negotiations, basically. They all worked for that for decades and decades. Nothing came out of it. And the European Union membership as a catalyst was also used to bring about some sort of a formula, as Mr. Evriviadis has described. Nothing has come out of it. It's because there is no Cypriot nation. There are two distinctly different nations who claim to have different set of cultures, different history, different version of what happened recently, and blah, blah.
A lot of countries, though, do have ethnic mixes, ethnic diversity, multicultural communities.
No problem, yes. But the trouble is, nothing has come out of it for 50-plus years. And it is obvious that the Greek side is using the European Union membership as a leverage to get something they want. And the Turkish side is not going to basically get into that trap. It's obvious. And the other thing is, the European Union made a colossal mistake in letting the Greek Cypriots as the Cyprus government into the European Union. So they made a mistake because of Greece's blackmail within the European Union trade-off of files system, and then therefore they want to rectify that mistake through this or that way, but neither the Turkish Cypriots nor Turkey is gonna basically accept any of that.
Can I ask you, Professor, do you think that being part of the European Union would be beneficial for the Turkish Cypriots in the north? Would it allow for more economic prosperity, more job opportunities? Would it not be better for them?
Well, why not? Why not having two independent states? Perhaps both being in the European Union, fully fledged independent, and then basically collaborating and collaborating with each other. And if they can actually collaborate and collaborate as much as Mr. Evriviadis has claimed, then it may perhaps produce a positive atmosphere that Greece and Turkey may use in order to bring about a larger settlement to their dispute over the Aegean and what have you.
Okay.
So basically, all the prosperity talk, all the opportunity talk, all the other talk that the island could actually benefit from the European Union membership could be well achieved through two fully fledged independent states. The other thing is, for instance, Turkey has already taken water, fresh water, to northern Cyprus, and northern Cyprus has been enjoying it, and now they're about to use it for agricultural purposes. And now Turkey is building a huge pipeline to take again natural gas to the northern part of the island, and also electricity. So all these things could be utilized through the two-state solution.
Okay.
Why do we insist on one single state at a time when we have seen states breaking up, like Yugoslavia, into many pieces, all of which have been recognized by the so-called international community, and all of them have been let into the European Union.
OK, all right. Mr. Evriviadis, your response to that?
Well, the European Union is a peace project. It has solved the French and German question. I mean, it has solved problems by embracing them. I would not think, even contemplate for a minute, where Cyprus as a whole would be without membership of the European Union. Turkey wants to join the European Union. and as a matter of fact, it may come as a surprise that Cyprus supports that, because we believe in a European Turkey, because a European Turkey, it will behave differently than what we believe it has. As to the fact that there is no Cypriot nation, there are many, many countries that they have different ethnic communities. They manage to live very, very well. And in fact, they are a quilt. The European Union Cyprus will remain a member of the European Union with or without a solution. We want, obviously, to have a solution, and that will be beneficial for all the people of Cyprus. Right now, the Cypriot Turkish community is receiving a lot of funds. They are slowly aligning themselves with the European acquis. It is not a trap for Turkey. The reason that Turkey is not joining the European Union, it goes beyond Cyprus and its size, its foreign policy orientation. Other countries, they have issues about Turkey joining the European Union. But a two-state solution, as described by the professor, two sovereign, independent states, one Cypriot Turkish state, one Cypriot Greek state, as two independent actors, I think that also spells disaster. Why? Because the friction, it will bring more rivalry between Greece and Turkey. There will be de jure borders. The demarcation line will become a de jure border. And then it will force us to militarize more. It will force us and if anything, I repeat, happens between Greece and Turkey, then we will become victims. We don't play in the big league. And as the professor said, that even if all Turkish troops decide to leave tomorrow, what stops them from coming back? It's only 4 times flying time from Mersin to Cyprus, and Turkey is a regional superpower. It has all these drones. Can Cyprus ever be a threat to Turkey? Give me a break. Cyprus cannot be. And if that threat, they say it is for the Cypriot Turks or for Turkey, then we can demilitarize. We can find other formulas to allay the fears of our compatriots, the Cypriot Turks. But it should also be recognized their absolute security is our own absolute insecurity. So we have to find to find a system, and I'm not sure that Turkey wants to really. Professor, I need you to enlighten me on this. When they say a two-state solution, two separate, sovereign, independent countries that they are able to be an independent actors and sign their own treaties and. We'll still have to negotiate the demarcation line would be the border, compensation about property. The issues that we're discussing in the talks are also issues for a divorce. I mean, you're claiming for a divorce. So I think the cure will be worse than the medicine.
Well, first of all, the first thing is I talked about two-state solutions with two independent, fully fledged independent states, as I said, sovereign and independent, within the European Union. So if you have two states within the European Union, why should you basically militarize on both sides? Because there is less security. Because if the European Union basically boosts security on both sides, then it is going to do. But, forget it. That is an idealistic thing that is not going to materialize after all. But what it is let's think about certain things and put certain things into perspective. Does Turkey actually really mean two sovereign and independent states? When it talks about two-state solution, yes, because this has been the Greek attitude, which has basically driven Turkey to that position, because you have the Turkish Cypriot side and the Turkish governments, consecutive governments have been involved in all these talks since 1984, a year after the declaration of independence by Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. Basically, nothing has come out of that. And then Turkey said, and the Turkish Cypriots also said, well, you know, we don't want to negotiate anymore with the Greeks. So if they want to collaborate, cooperate with us on environment, on certain other things, on economic relations, on trade and what have you, okay, let them do it. We are out for that. But other than that, you know, let's get again around the table and repeat the same arguments, rinse and repeat, nothing comes out. And then, you know, we have no time, particularly at a time of multipolarity. Why should we? And there would be new countries that would recognize Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, even perhaps Russia, in near future, because, you know, the whole world and the whole world's security is transforming into multipolarity. And the only thing, you know, we are the only recognized government by blah, blah, number of governments, and therefore we are the only legitimate government. You know, those things don't really matter anymore. And when I talk to the European diplomats here in Ankara, they express, the minute we talk about the Cyprus question, they start expressing their frustration with the Greeks and the Greek Cypriot diplomats, because the only issue in their file is always Turkey. They talk nothing other than Turkey. And there is obviously no confidence between Turkey and the Greek Cypriots, and between the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots. And therefore, I don't understand why we are going to try the same thing from scratch once again.
Okay.
So basically, it is now the whole world security setting has changed. And under the circumstances, for instance, no one can actually sell the European Union story to the Turkish public anymore.
Okay. I'm going to move us on to our next section in just a moment. I just want to give you a brief right of reply there, Mr. Evriviades. I mean, just give me a shorter, abridged version of your response.
The short end of it is that, to the degree that we are not monothematic. One cannot survive in the European Union by being monothematic. We exercise multidimensional, multilateral diplomacy, but one must really understand that we're dealing with an existential issue. For us, the issue is existential. You know, when we have to get it right, it's a do or die issue. And like I said, geography is our destiny. I can change everything in life, but I cannot change my geography.
Do you have any more positivity than the professor that this can get a different outcome? I mean, the professor said rinse and repeat. We'll just keep talking and get the same.
Well, actually,
do you feel differently?
If one looks at the details, we have been moving towards a quasi-confederal structure. I mean, for me, what really matters is not so much the name as its functionality. So it has not really been static. It has not been static. It's just in diplomacy, you know, we never put a full stop. We always have a semicolon or a comma, and we move forward. At the same time, one cannot take away the facts of invasion, occupation, massive violation of human rights, all these things. There has to be a sense of justice for all. All these things are not what I say so, is what the European Court of Human Rights says so.
Okay.
So we have to move forward on these on these issues, and I do believe, okay, I mean, there will be a meeting between the two leaders of the communities on the 26th of August. I think we should wait to see what happens in that outcome. The Secretary General has put his full weight behind it. Let's see what comes out of it, if it will be another 5+1 meeting. 5 meeting meaning the 3 guarantor powers, the 2 parties, the Cypriot Greek community, Cypriot Turkish community, and the United Nations. European Union does have a function to play. Turkey needs things from the European Union. It may not be full membership anytime soon. I think we can all agree to that. But there are visa issues, there are trade issues, there are so many other issues that the European Union can also help. It's not, the European Union is not anybody's instrument. I mean, the professor is giving us far too much power, too much power. So
okay. No, I'm not. The short of it. I'm not. I'm quite aware that neither Greece nor Greek Cyprus could ever basically take Turkey into the European Union. They are 2 small countries. But in terms of Turkey's relations with the European Union, Turkey basically gets what it needs from the European Union through bilateral relations. For instance, France is quite opposed to Turkey's membership, but France is the biggest investor in Turkey. Italy is confused about Turkish membership, but we don't need to discuss with the Italians Turkish membership, but we have extensive economic trade relations, including military relations later.
You have bought several Italian companies.
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt. I'm just going to interrupt
there. It is also true of Germany and others. So we get what we want from the European Union. We don't need the Greeks to come in and then say to the others, well, can you please a little helpful about Turkey? The visa issue is a rhetoric.
Okay.
Neither Turkey nor the European Union take it seriously. Other than that, trade and what have you. And the last thing, Melinda, no one can guarantee the European Union will survive the strong currents of the multipolarity in the years ahead.
Okay.
So let's be realistic.
We might have to save that for a European Union debate a little bit later on.
Yeah, bring on.
One comment on multipolarity, if I may.
Sure, please.
Yeah, just multipolarity does not mean cessation and separation. If every ethnic community, including communities in Turkey, I may add, claim multipolarity and self-determination, then we have chaos everywhere. Because all countries in the world have communities that identify differently. So I just wanted to put that on the table and let's go on.
Well, what has happened in Cyprus is not secession nor separatism. Basically, as I said, the 2 communities have basically broken apart through violence that was mostly used to a great extent by the Greeks on the Turkish Cypriots from 1963 to 1974.
Okay,
Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt. How many victims, how many Cypriot Turks were killed between 67 and 74?
Well, the numbers are not so important all the time.
It is important because there was zero.
But pardon me? Hundreds of them were killed. But
no,
the Greek side pursued a policy of ethnic cleansing from 1963 to 1974. Just look at Makarios's own utterances in 1964 when the Turkish warplanes intervened in what we call Erenköy area. And he even had to say that the Greek Cypriots perhaps need to change their policy because their policy, the EOKB, was based on violence against the Turks. I mean, you can't basically dig up anything good out of that.
Professor, I'm not oblivious to reality, and I'm here to defend the country as a whole. Okay, I'm not going to deny what happened in the Christmas of 63, 64. We had our problems in nation building. Every single country in the world had its problems of nation building. It was a civil war. I mean, there were Cypriot Greeks also that were killed in 63. But between 67 and 74, in fact, in Mr. Clearidis, which I'm sure you respect, President Clearidis at the time, in his book, The Position, 4 volumes, basically says between 67 and 74, there were no intercommunal violence. We were really moving forward. And what blew it up, you are right. What blew it up was the EOKA-B terrorist organization and the putsch against Makarios. But okay, that's in the past. We're not going to agree about the past. Let's agree about the history of the future.
And again, why basically there was less violence between 1967 and 1974 was because Turkey threatened to militarily intervene in 1967. And then the American government this time round said to the Greek government, the Greek junta, that this time they could not stop Turkey from intervening. And that is why there was less violence. So the only language the Greeks at the time understood was deterrence.
Okay, I'm just going to put a pin in the historical debate. I've given you both a chance to express your points of view, but we are going to run out of time soon, and I want us to continue to look towards the future. You've both discussed the militarization of the island. Cyprus obviously occupies a geopolitically strategic position. You've got...
That's the root of the problem, Melinda.
Trade, you've got energy.
Not the Cypriots themselves.
You've got hydrocarbons, and now we have, as has been discussed, France signing an agreement to host its troops in the south, and we have tighter and closer defence relationships between Greece and Cyprus and Israel, which is very troubling to Turkey. Turkey views it as a coordinated threat. Professor, let me ask you, is Cyprus, along with its coordination with Greece, does Turkey view the Greece-Cyprus relationship as a direct threat?
Well, I just laugh when I see they all come together to sort of bring their militaries to present this as a threat to Turkey, because it's not going to work. It's not going to work against a country which is, well armed, that is Turkey, and militarily, certainly there would be no comparison and all that. But they do it, just as they did it in 1974 when they carried out a military coup, which led to the Turkish military intervention. So I just basically follow it, and I also get my academic writings and talking about all these observations, basically, the way they do it. Now, is Israel going to fight for the Greeks? Israel has never fought for anybody. Israel has always got others to fight for Israel. But get this to the Greek Cypriot leadership and the Greek leadership in Athens to understand, no, they are going to go along those lines again and again and again. Well, maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, Israel needs Turkey much more than the Greeks, and there would be a new Israeli government that would come round to say, well, can we basically repair our relations, mend our bridges, and that is going to come to that. So to militarize the situation is not in their interest, but it is not for me to say that. They should understand it. And in terms of, again, multipolarity and what have you, and now I can see quite clearly new countries will come round and recognize Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus because of Turkey's weight. Because each and every country needs Turkey. And from a certain point onwards, Turkey is going to make it a condition in its relations with many countries, saying that, why don't you recognize Northern Cyprus? Or why don't you treat Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus as if you have recognized it? Basically, you deal with it directly. You let direct flights, and you do direct trade and what have you. And it's going to come to that.
Okay, all right, Mr. Evriviadis, this defence alliance between Cyprus, Greece and Israel, particularly air defences being sold and used in southern Cyprus. Does that pose a direct threat to Turkey? Can you see why Turkey may find that provocative?
Of course not. Of course not. There is no... First of all, you use the word alliance. we don't have an alliance.
No official alliance. You're right. You're right. It's not an official alliance. It's a partnership and cooperation.
Yes, and we look forward to the day when we can have the same thing with Turkey, because these partnerships. There are wider issues at play here. You're talking about corridors. You're talking of IMEC. You're talking about energy. There are a lot of issues that converge in the Eastern Mediterranean. Hence, the security and strategic value of Cyprus. Hence, its problems. I will continue to say this to my last breath, that if one wants to study the Cyprus question, one has to study the region because it's a function of the region and not just Cypriot Greeks and Cypriot Turks not getting together. But we put that on the side. No, it is not directed against Turkey. Turkey has been invited to join these corporations, and certainly we are not in any way, shape or form trying to militarize. The insecurity comes directly from the invasion and the occupation. I'm sorry to say, but Cyprus did not invade itself. Cyprus did not invade Turkey. It was Turkey that invaded Cyprus.
Russia
invaded Ukraine. Ukraine did not invade Russia. Occupation is occupation. Colonization is colonization. Violations of human rights. And I'm sure, as the professor said, when there is a new government in Israel or a new government in Turkey, for that matter, things are going to go sort of back to normal as they were. And even to this very same day, where Turkey is championing itself for many causes, there are millions and millions of trade that is happening between Turkey and Israel. So don't just pick up on Cyprus. We want to simply decouple ourselves and build Cyprus as a bridge, not a battlefield, and not anyone's aircraft carrier, and certainly not to have any overlords in this day and age, for heaven's sakes.
Professor?
How can Turkey occupy a piece of territory where the occupants, that is the people, are Turkish? And how can you call it occupation?
Professor, they are not Turkish. They are Cypriots of Turkish ethnic background, and they are proud. So I am sorry to say, because you think of Buyut, Turkey, of Greater Turkey, where every single person that speaks Turkish is Turkish. That's not the case. I'm sorry to say about Cyprus.
Well, I'm sorry to say that you are hostage of that narrative. If that was the case,
I am not a Greek. I am not a Greek, professor. I'm a Cypriot.
You may not be. You may not be.
I'm proud of it.
You may not be. Don't have to be. But the people, we are talking about the people. If those people had rejected Turkey's occupation, they could have rejected it. They don't trust the Greek Cypriots, and they need Turkey all the time because they are part of the Turkish nation. They are also part of the greater Turkish nation across the world, and they are enjoying it too. So what I'm saying is, forget these narratives. Basically, you are Greeks and they are Turkish. And I am a proud Turk. I had a Greek wife for about 25 years with 3 children. So I know the Greek mindset, but this doesn't work anymore. We are into a new world order and things are changing fast. And when, for instance, from 1919 to 1922, when Atatürk was basically driving the invading Greek army out of Anatolia, Turkey's population was just 1.5 more than Greece. Okay, today we are talking about a nation of 86 million. And in terms of economic development and growth and even GDP per head, Turkey is catching up. Now think about 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And for instance, you are saying we would love to have security arrangements with Turkey. That could come through the two-state solution. That's easy, simple. I can even write it for you.
With the militarization that we're seeing...
Without any payment for advisory, don't worry.
No consultation fees? Thank you. We've got it on record. Look, we're almost out of time. We're almost out of time. Let me just ask you one final question to both of you. With the militarization that we see, with the tension,
with the what, Melinda?
The militarization that we see, with the strain, with the conflicts around the region, do you feel like conflict is closer than ever before on Cyprus, or do you still feel as if it's immune to the broader regional tensions?
Of course it's not immune to the broader region. Of course it's not. That is the problem. We saw one of the drones hitting one of the bases on the island, and we did not know where the next one was going to come. And of course, I mean, they the region sneezes, we catch a cold. If Turkey sneezes, we catch pneumonia. That's why I keep repeating that, why we want to decouple. And I do believe it's doable. Today we're working in a totally different environment, which is the European Union. Despite its problems, the European Union has had a lot of problems. It has managed to survive. I'm confident it will do so and will become even stronger.
Okay.
But we cannot be the satrapy of anybody, and we cannot kowtow. I'm sorry. We are Cypriots, and we are proud of it. And we cannot write our own epitaph.
Mm-hmm.
I am sorry, with respect to the professor and his views, but I totally disagree with that, even though there are merits in what the professor is saying.
And just briefly, your response, Professor, do you sense conflict between the two parts of the island?
Well, in British English, I learned you don't express your agreement or disagreement. You say the professor has said very interesting things. There may be another way of looking at it. So Mr. Evriviades has said interesting, well, not so interesting points. He has repeated the Greek narrative, but there may be another way of looking at it. So the best thing to do is to basically get a solution on the facts on the ground. That's it. And then you can get the hydrocarbon issue resolved through Turkish involvement. Whatever amount of hydrocarbon you can bring up would not be economical unless you bring Turkey into the whole thing. If you bring in Turkey, then Turkey has the interconnected system. Then the minute the hydrocarbons reach Turkey, then they become economically viable. And then, you do more and more tourism. You earn much more money. And it is also true between Turkey and Greece. But how can you get this to the Greeks to understand? Even all the people, the Greek political elite, I'm not so much in contact with the Greek Cypriot political elite as I'm in contact with the Greek political elite on this side, but they let's put this in perspective. The Greek political elite has played a very negative role in the whole saga. They have educated people against Turkey.
Okay.
We need a Venizelos in Greece, a proper Venizelos again. This on our side there would be no problem.
Gentlemen,
we don't need a new Atatürk to resolve all these problems, because for Turkey, Greece, and/or Cyprus question is not a big thing. But
it is.
We are determined. We are determined.
I'm afraid it is, Professor, and I think you touched it with the hydrocarbons, with the fact of the greatness of the Turkish nation, and I think that is the driving force, and not so much the security of Cyprus as a whole, or the security of the Cypriot Turks. I think Turkey is playing in the big league, and in the big league, when you look at the Cyprus through that prism, it becomes very little and indispensable, and it becomes an aircraft carrier. I'm sorry, we cannot accept that. We cannot kowtow to something like that.
Well, in an era of drones and missiles and what have you, you don't need an aircraft carrier in Eastern Mediterranean anymore. And the hydrocarbons, all the hydrocarbon-rich countries surround Turkey, and they sell their hydrocarbons through Turkey. We don't need any more. I mean, look at the Russians. They are so dependent on Turkey as we are dependent on their gas. But it is true of Azerbaijan, of Iran, of Iraq, and what have you. So let's not exaggerate the importance of the hydrocarbons in the Mediterranean. But
it is an important point. It is an important one, and we'll have to leave it there, unfortunately, Professor.
If we can make more money, let's make money. No problem.
Well, but how do you divide that money? That is the question. We'll have to save it.
We have a formula for that as well.
We'll have to save it for a debate on another day. We'll get you back and talk purely hydrocarbons. It's been a very interesting discussion. Thank you to both of you. Euripides Evriviades, former High Commissioner of Cyprus to the UK, and Professor Hassan Unal from the Bashkent University. Thanks to both of you for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. You can keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Now, as Saudi Arabia's economy evolves, simply creating jobs is no longer enough. The focus is increasingly on equipping people with the skills employers actually need and helping businesses and government to deliver better services. That's where Maximus comes in, working with public and private sector organisations to train people, improve employability and modernise customer services. Well, more than 600,000 people across the kingdom have completed its training programmes. So what does the next phase of workforce transformation look like? Well, we're joined now by Ali Hamid, who is the Vice President of Maximus Gulf. A very warm welcome. Thank you for coming to see us at Al Arabiya. I wonder if you could start by just telling us a little bit more about Maximus.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. Maximus has been in the kingdom for just over a decade now. The majority of our work happens quietly behind the scenes. We support governments and organizations with programs mainly focused around employability, skills, MPO strengthening, and keeping large national programs running smoothly. We support with job placements, we support with training, we support with surveys and analysis, and majority of other human capital programs.
Okay, so you've got a very important job to do, lots keeping you busy. We're now obviously very well into the execution phase of Vision 2030, aren't we? And I'm wondering from your perspective how this stage is changing expectations about delivery and, of course, results.
Sure. Vision 2030 has clearly entered the execution phase, where focus has now shifted from planning to deliverable real results. PIF's new 5-year strategy clearly emphasizes this shift, and the progress is already visible, where IMF reports that non-oil contribution is roughly around 76%. At the same time, fast-growing markets such as AI, smart mobility, fintech, and clean energy are demanding new roles and new talent. At our innovation labs, which we have created, we help governments transform ambitious policies into practical solutions and deliver results.
Okay, so you're painting a picture here of a market that's changing really fast. And of course, you work very closely with job seekers, employers every day. I wonder what you're seeing on the ground that's shaping how public services evolve.
Well, public services work best when they're built around real people's experiences. We see every day, and we see it every day. Finding a job is not just about skills. It is highly reliant on confidence, health, childcare, and sometimes even financial challenges. That's why public services need to reflect on the needs of job seekers, employers, and the community. It also starts with accurate data, because better information builds better decisions, stronger programs achievements, and greater social impact.
Okay, so I mean, when we talk about employment, obviously the focus is very much on the individual, but with a much wider ripple effect. And I wonder how you see that broader economic and social impact playing out.
Well, empowering one person creates benefits far beyond that one individual. When someone gets a job, they're becoming financially independent, their families become stable, and their future generations are less likely to go into unemployment. They also contribute more to the economy by becoming consumers. Saudi Arabia's increase in the female participation in the workplace has increased from 17% in 2017 to nearly 35% by the end of 2025, and which is a clear example of this transformation. And like you said earlier, we have supported putting 600,000 people into work in the last decade, contributing to stronger families, stronger economies, and a more resilient economy.
I mean, I suppose just thinking about it, the workplace has always been changing. The skill sets and the requirements have always been changing. When we see the third sector step into the much bigger role in the kingdom, from your vantage point, how are NPOs evolving and what kind of support do they need to really scale their impact?
The third sector is becoming a strong driver to the development of Saudi Arabia. Under Vision 2030, they are targeted to contribute roughly 5% of GDP. Now, in order for that to happen, they need to have strong governance, clear standards, and the ability to show return or social impact. As the kingdom focuses on stronger institutions, organizations need to support NPOs to become more transparent, more audit-ready, and better equipped to deliver measurable results.
Okay, and obviously there's so many shifts taking place. I mean, it's hard to know which shift to start talking about first, but one of them is obviously Saudi talent and massive national programs aimed at grooming up future talent. How is that changing the way transformation is delivered on the ground?
Well, Saudi talent is leading the kingdom's transformation with a deep understanding of the local culture and national priorities. With 70% of Saudis under the age of 75, this is a young, dynamic generation that brings in fresh ideas and a strong ownership for the country's future. And now, as they take on more leadership roles, it is important to invest in building up those capabilities. That's why we've established a Employability Excellence Center, where we do exactly that. We help government teams build the skills needed for the future today.
Very hard to read into the future, and there are obviously new industries emerging all the time. How do employers then rethink the sorts of skills they need, and how do they prepare their teams for what's coming next?
Yeah, that's quite simple. You can see it today. Employers are shifting from short-term hiring to long-term workforce planning. With growth in sectors like in AI, biotech, and fintech, companies are screaming for new talent today that can support them. And with the global demand for AI already being very high, and there's a shortage of roughly 1.6 to 4.2 million AI jobs still unfilled, that's why organizations, you see it today, are investing in the future of their employees today. We help employers build workforce systems that are adaptable, digitally skilled, and ready for continuous learning.
Okay, and with regards to capability building, what does that look like in practice? And why is it so important?
I think historically capability building, people look at training an individual, but it's far beyond that. It's actually about strengthening organizations, developing the employees, and also improving the system that brings them both together. This supports the kingdom's effort to modernize education and prepare talent for future industries. Saudi Arabia is already improving in the global talent ranking, with more employers hiring directly from training programs and local boot camps. We help organizations build practical systems, clear processes, and enable assessment methods that create long-term sustainable results.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, clearly you've got lots of experience in this region. It's the region you know best. How does that enable you to do things differently when it comes to making policy work in people's daily lives?
With more than 14 years' experience in the region and a 98% Saudi workforce, we understand the local context as well as bring global best practices. This allows us to build programs that are Saudi-built, Saudi-led, and in line with the Saudi priorities. We work closely with our partners and other stakeholders to deliver successful programs that achieve long-lasting, sustainable results with the highest quality. In short, our goal is to turn policy into real improvement that touches people's lives, their jobs, their families, and their everyday lives.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you so much.
Exciting times indeed. Thank you, Ali Hamad, the Vice President of Maximus Gulf. Thanks for coming to
Thank you so much for having me.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The Houthis renew attacks on the strategic port of Mocha in Yemen. Putin warns Europe Russia will seize its ships in retaliation for plans to intercept Russian vessels suspected of being part of Moscow's shadow fleet. And a once-in-a-generation solar eclipse is being watched by millions around the world. Now, the Houthis have renewed its attacks on the strategic port of Mocha in Yemen, firing ballistic missiles at the facility. A Yemeni military source said the Iranian-backed militia targeted the port with 2 ballistic missiles. Meanwhile, Yemeni sources have told Al Arabiya English that 84 Houthi fighters have been killed in the past 6 days. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, professor and international relations expert, and Samantha Murray, Olympian and a broadcaster. Samantha and Dr. Ellie, great to have you on the show with me. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you, because how serious is the Houthi threat as they do appear to be stepping up their attacks and escalating?
Hello, Leigh Ann. Good evening. I do believe it is very serious for so many reasons, not least of which is the fact that we already have a crisis in Hormuz. So nobody needs another crisis that could increase the impact on international economy, on prices of oil and other goods and so on. Second, because it is a crisis that has been ongoing for years. Third, because it has proven to us, and we know now for sure, how easy it is to interrupt international maritime traffic with few drones, as simple as that. And last but not least, because the world has not actually engaged properly and solved this problem properly, although we do have an international maritime force that is especially created for the preservation of maritime freedom of passage in Bab el-Mandeb and in the Red Sea that is already there. Will all the world engage properly, or will they let Saudi Arabia alone face this crisis like they left it alone in 2018, 2020? This is a very serious problem. It could potentially have very serious repercussions on the world economy in general. in addition to its connection to what's happening on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula. So it's definitely something that could not be left to fester, but needs to be dealt with urgently.
And also, Dr. Ellie, just bringing it back to you on the Houthis. Obviously, we heard that 3 Pakistani nationals died in an attack on a vessel in the Red Sea. And we do know that there's a trilateral agreement now that includes Pakistan, Turkey and Saudi Arabia. Do you think this will be the first real test for that defence pact?
I mean, these are 2 very strong reasons to have Pakistan much more engaged in this conflict and unable to disregard it altogether. Now, what would be the right course of action? What would be the proper retaliation? How can you retaliate, stop the damage without escalating into a larger conflict, without damaging the maritime security further? These are all factors to be considered by Saudi Arabia, by Pakistan, but also, once again, I repeat, by the larger international community that must take a stand on this issue. Pakistan and Saudi Arabia could be the most directly impacted, and together in their coordination could achieve better results on that front. But this should not, again, be only them doing that, but the whole international community should react.
And Sam, if we just bring it to you, because you had a really interesting question earlier, and I think you should put it to Dr. Ellie about what the Houthis are actually trying to achieve.
Yeah, that's right. As I was taking all this on about Yemen and understanding in earlier shows that whilst Yemen are backed by Iran, they're actually operating at points on their own accord. So they have their own agenda and their own reasons for what's happening right now. And I think that caught me off guard a little bit, because we've always said Iranian-backed Houthis. We haven't actually talked about the Houthis on their own and their own goals from this, and why it is they've reacted in the later stages of this war. And so I suppose my question to Dr. Ellie is, what is it that the Houthis want out of the military operations right now and the strikes that they're taking?
I mean, Samantha, you're completely right in asking this question. And unfortunately, we've seen too much oversimplification of the relation of Iran with all these different branches. The relation with Hezbollah and with the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Front is one thing. The relation with the former Syrian regime is another. The relation with Hamas is another. And definitely the relation with the Houthis is different than all of the above. As you said, the Houthis are not acting solely as supporters of Iran or at the behest of the Iranian action that is happening on the other side of the peninsula. Otherwise, they would have engaged in such activities 6 months ago. However, we know for a fact that there has been serious talks in Saudi Arabia to try to bring new solutions to the Yemeni conflict. And all the time, since 2017, maybe since 2011, if I want to get back more, the Houthis have been not satisfied with what they have been offered. They always sought to get more power in Yemen, or even have their own separate northern Yemen back to the state that was created in a certain time in history. They have not been positively engaging in the peace talks, and it seems that these peace talks have been facing a lot of hurdles, and this is why today they are acting not only to support Iran and not strictly connecting to what's happening on the other side of the peninsula. You're completely right. And as a rebel group altogether, I mean, all kind of extortion, if I may say, could become valid. Political, financial, all of that in their eyes is something that is legitimate to serve their cause. But this is putting them once more out of the international law, out of the international community, and facing supposedly the wrath of the international community altogether, because their damage is happening on everyone.
And Sam, let's actually bring it to you, because the US and Iran, I can't believe this, because we spoke about it on the show. The MOU is actually set to expire next week, so that's already 60 days of this deal. Do you think that there's a real chance that this deal could be revived, or are we heading towards another escalation?
Yeah, I think there's still a chance for the deal, but I would say that you're completely right, that the risk of escalation is very real. And what we're actually seeing across the region today points in that direction. There are conflicting points about an extension. Pakistani sources say that the US and Iran have agreed to extend the 60-day arrangement beyond the 17th of August, and yet Iran is disputing that. So I certainly wouldn't say we have a secure extension yet. And I think the important point is that negotiation and escalation can actually happen simultaneously. Iran can continue talking through intermediaries while maintaining pressure across the region. But look at what the Houthis are doing. Coming back to this point again, the Iran-backed group has launched further ballistic missiles towards Mocha in Yemen. We've also seen another deadly attack on the commercial shipping around the Bab el-Mandeb, and that was, as you reported earlier, killing 6 people, including 3 Pakistani nationals. Pakistan has strongly condemned that attack. So that's particularly significant because Pakistan is also playing this important mediating role between Washington and Tehran. And then look at the geography. Moreover, you have continued tension around the Strait of Hormuz on one side of the Arabian Peninsula, while the Houthis are applying pressure around the Bab el-Mandeb and the Red Sea on the other side. So yes, diplomacy is still alive, thankfully, but I just wouldn't confuse talks with de-escalation. The real question over the next few days is whether Iran genuinely wants to use this deadline to reduce regional tensions, or whether negotiations are simply a way of another part of a much broader strategy to apply pressure. That's how I see it.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Dr. Ellie and Samantha. Stay right there as we move on to another story now, when President Putin has sent a stark warning to Europe, threatening to seize ships belonging to European countries. It's in retaliation for plans to intercept and seize Russian vessels suspected of being part of Moscow's shadow fleet. Take a listen.
We see that the authorities of some countries, in violation of international maritime law, are trying to restrict the movement of vessels operated by our economic operators, civilian vessels. They have even gone so far as to consider seizing our vessels and selling property taken from us. This is, of course, nothing short of piracy and robbery. If such actions begin to be implemented in practice, we will be forced to respond in kind, and not necessarily in the same waters where attacks on vessels are being planned. We will determine for ourselves where and when such a response is necessary and appropriate.
Sam, let's start with you, because of course we just heard from Vladimir Putin there. And do you think he's trying to scare Europe off, or is he actually, do you think, preparing now to retaliate?
Yeah, I think it's probably both. Putin is clearly trying to scare European countries off, but I don't think we can dismiss this simply as rhetoric either. His warning today was very specific, and we heard it there in the VT. If European countries seize Russian vessels suspected of operating the so-called shadow fleet, Russia will respond in kind. And importantly, he said that retaliation wouldn't necessarily be limited to European waters. Moscow could act wherever it considers appropriate. And looking at the setting of this, Putin is delivering this message while overseeing Pacific Fleet exercises in Russia's Far East. At the same time, he's accused NATO of expanding into the Asia-Pacific and escalating tensions in the Arctic. So there is quite deliberately a much wider message being sent around Russia's military reach right now. But also this comes at a moment of genuine escalation. Ukraine has sent new proposals to Washington for ending the war, yet militarily we're moving in the opposite direction. And Russia said that it intercepted more than 500 Ukrainian drones overnight, with casualties and damage reported in Crimea and southern Russia. So interestingly, we're also seeing Washington trying to restrain some Ukrainian operations. And I was reading earlier about J.D. Vance reportedly asked Kiev to stop attacking certain tankers and Caspian Pipeline Consortium infrastructure because of concerns about global energy markets. And Ukraine appears to have listened to that call and stopped. So Putin's strategy, I think, is deterrence. Make Europe believe that every additional action against Russia carries potential cost. The danger is that when both sides increasingly operate close to each other's red lines, intimidation can very quickly become retaliation, and whether either side originally intended that escalation or not. So I think we're at a moment of both of these phases are playing out, and it is a fascinating but also very dangerous time.
And Dr. Ellie, I think the big question here too is, if Russia does target European ships, can Europe protect them on its own? Or is it going to need US help and US intervention? Because right now, you know, we are seeing this credible threat from Vladimir Putin, like Sam did say.
Let me start where Samantha ended. Both are playing a very dangerous game, and any mistake, any miscalculation could lead to catastrophe, even if we're speaking about a controlled catastrophe at a certain moment, at a certain time. To your question, Leigh Ann, unfortunately, many of us have accustomed ourselves to criticize the American role in the world and to criticize the role of the US as the world policeman. And we ask them to stop interfering and so on. But what's happening in Ukraine is a clear proof for us, once again, that so far the US is still the world superpower in a conflict like Ukraine. If the US does not engage with its full weight, you cannot possibly see any breakthrough in the conflict. Either if the US supports Ukraine militarily seriously, or if the US puts sanctions seriously and put significant pressure on Putin, etc. And definitely, as you are saying, Europe on its own, even NATO, I cannot believe that they would be acting without the US support. And even if they do unilaterally as individual states, it will not be an effective action. It will be only a dangerous escalation that I'm not sure they can handle the repercussions of.
And, oh, sorry, Sam, did you want to say something?
Well, I mean, I think it gets to the point now when we're over 4 years into this war where you begin to ask yourself, how did this start and what were the objectives to begin with, and where are we in achieving those, both from a Russian perspective and a Ukrainian one? And I was interested to hear more about Dr. Ellie's take on it, because for me as a British person, I'm very aware of the billions that the UK have spent supporting Ukraine, and I see Ukrainian flags all around my country, and yet the UK right now is in great turmoil in terms of its economy, and in the supermarkets everything's very expensive. And so you begin to wonder really what does Russia want out of this, and were they really the ones who started it, or was it that they were threatened or provoked by Ukraine?
Definitely, if I am to respond, Leigh Ann, just to say quickly that definitely Europe sees in the Russian threat a direct threat to their security and sovereignty and so on. And that's why they are pushing to keep the war in Ukraine, if I may say, because in this way they would be protecting themselves on another border rather on their national borders. Now, without going into judgment, definitely there has been a lot of talks about a US promise after the end of the Cold War that the NATO and the European Union will not expand towards Russia, but they did. And did Europe and the US throw Ukraine into this war? This is also potentially debatable. But again, I blame first and foremost the leaders of the specific countries for their sovereign decisions. And even if the West wanted to throw my country into such a chaos, should I have accepted that? Should I have went along with it? Should I have allowed my whole country to pay the price? Now, unfortunately, we're at a situation where Putin has endangered, or let me say, have interfered in so many different ways in so many different countries, and he was not stopped at any time. now the Europeans are saying it is time to stop him and put an end to his expansionist policies to all the surrounding countries. How this will end, it is yet to be seen, but I'm more into looking into the future, seeing how can we stop this, rather than going back to the history and trying to put blame here and there, because it's a futile exercise.
And I think, Dr. Ellie and Sam, you would agree that diplomacy just hasn't seemed to have worked till this stage. We know that the US...
Trump promised us from day one, right?
He did. He did promise us from day one. And, you know, just talking about European countries, the NATO Council actually met today. So we saw NATO meeting, and they condemned Russia after airspace violations in both Poland and Romania. So we see throughout this war with Ukraine that Russia is constantly trying to test NATO's red lines to actually see where they are. And we haven't actually seen a retaliation from NATO as of yet. Yes, we know European countries are selling weapons to Ukraine, but they've still been on the very defensive footing. And I think lots of people are asking the question is, when will that switch happen? How many red lines does Russia need to cross? And I think that's a question that might not be answered straight away, of course. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Millions of people around the world have been watching the skies to witness a once-in-a-generation solar eclipse. The eclipse has now passed its peak, with the moon moving away from the sun. The rare event briefly plunged some places into darkness as the moon blacked out the sun. Dr. Ellie, we've actually got some live pictures right now on our screen, and it looks absolutely beautiful. It's in Spain, and we can see that is, I guess, the beginning or the end. Is it? It's a live picture, so it's the end. All right. I'm no NASA astronaut here, but Dr. Ellie, this has been called a once-in-a-generation event. I mean, what makes this eclipse just so special compared to the other ones that we've seen, if anything?
I mean, it's a beautiful sight. It's a beautiful experience. People follow it all over. And there has been a lot of, myth around the impact on animals, on life, on future, etc. All of this is beautiful and nice to see on its own. However, I don't think the eclipse that we saw today is unique in any way. I guess what we see, or what we should hear from news saying it's a generational thing, is that because it's rare in one specific position to witness different eclipses in time. So to put it bluntly, 18 months happen between every eclipse on the Earth. So every 18 months we have eclipse somewhere around the Earth. But in one specific spot, like for example the UK, if you want to take London as an example, London have witnessed the last similar eclipse to the same extent 27 years ago, so almost 3 decades ago. And the next one might be in up to 300 years. So this is what makes it exceptional. But if you're actually one of those who follow eclipses, there's one happening every 18 months, as good as that, and nothing special in this one specifically. However, on the other hand, there's a lot that's happening in the skies tonight that could make this night special. Not because of the eclipse alone, but because of this collection of things that are happening. So those who are interested should look out for the following. The eclipse, definitely, but we also will have a moonless night. So the moon is nowhere to be seen throughout the night, which is connected in its own to the third event, which is a special, meteor shower reaching its peak, up to 100 meteor per hour. So a beautiful scene to be seen, and also the Milky Way could be visible in so many places, especially for us in the Gulf region. It will happen between midnight and 4 a.m., the peak of these meteor showers. And one more thing, we have the 6-planet alignment. We could see all 6 planets visible in the sky with a proper telescope. So the alignment, the moonless sky, the meteor shower, and the eclipse make this night a beautiful night for those who follow. And we would invite all those who are, as we said, in the Gulf to get out, maybe out of the city into the desert, as we usually do, to witness all the beautiful sight of the meteors after they finish watching our program.
Only after. We have to make sure of that. But we've got some more live picture, and that's of Norway. And I must say, Dr. Ellie and Samantha, these pictures are actually quite magical when you have a look at how beautiful it looks. And like Dr. Ellie said, we're going to get this meteor shower too. The universe is really showing off tonight. It's showing us its best moments. But Sam, we have to remember, millions of people have actually travelled to see this. Could this eclipse actually have a real impact on tourism in local economies in places like Spain and also in Iceland?
Yeah, and that's what's really fascinating about astrotourism, something that we've seen this week, where people are willing to travel internationally to watch something that could last just a couple of minutes. And the numbers on this are extraordinary. Spain has been preparing for as many as 6 million visitors across the path of the eclipse, whilst Iceland, with a population of only 400,000, has been expecting up to 80,000 visitors, and in their most quiet time of year for them in terms of tourism. So that's great news for hotels, restaurants, transport, local businesses. And in Spain, there's a really interesting economic opportunity because of the path of totality passes through areas away from some of the country's traditional beach destinations where we'd all go on holiday in Spain. And Reuters estimated earlier this year that the visitors alone could generate around 362 million euros of spending during this eclipse week. So you're bringing tourism income into smaller towns and rural communities around Spain that perhaps wouldn't normally experience this level of international demand, which is great for Spain and Spain's economy. There is a flip side to that, and Spain is currently dealing with extreme heat and wildfire risks. So suddenly millions more people in that area means enormous pressure on roads, emergency services, and sensitive rural areas. And so there's sort of a tale of two halves with this new influx of tourism to these villages and communities. But I just never knew that so many people were so interested in a few minutes. And I do remember the last eclipse. I was 9 years old in 1999, and I bought those special glasses that you have to wear. And it's crazy to think 27 years has gone by like this.
I know, it's so crazy, isn't it? Because, you know, it was 1999, and like you say, it is 2 minutes. But, Dr. Ellie, it's 2 minutes that people will travel for, really, if you think about it. Like, it is a once-in-a-lifetime event for many people.
I mean, we've seen people plan it ahead for a year to be there in the right spot where they have the best view. We have people that follow eclipses everywhere around the world, definitely. And for those who are, at their home in the specific spot, as we said, maybe the next one will not come in 300 years, potentially. So, yes, it is a beautiful experience. It is a generational experience, as we say. Once in a lifetime, hopefully you will live long enough, Leigh Ann, to see more than one eclipse to come.
I must say that apparently we're going to have an eclipse in Saudi Arabia, but it'll be visible from Jeddah, and that will be next year in 2027. So I think all of us are going to have to go and experience that. And maybe book our tickets early, Sam, get in, and also get the glasses, because apparently no one's been able to get them in the UK. They just sold out within days. They've been overrun.
That doesn't surprise me, but I did hear you can make your own, Leigh Ann, out of cardboard and cling film.
And you can also make your own, because I remember doing that at school. We had an eclipse on our school field, and I went and watched it. I was actually part of the Stargazers team. I was very interested in stars. And you could make the glasses out of cereal boxes with like a special film, or negatives. Do you remember negatives? Photographs, you used to get the negatives from the film. You could use the negatives too. My mother reminded me of that. So you can always use your negatives, but we don't have those anymore. We've all got iPhones. But yeah, absolutely amazing moment. I must admit, I love all the pictures, but thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. The UK is getting ready for another major heat wave, with temperatures expected to hit 38 degrees Celsius in parts of England tomorrow. The Met Office issued a rare amber warning, while new research shows the extreme heat is also costing the UK economy billions. Sam, let's actually come to you first, because you are in the UK right now as we're speaking to you. And do you think the UK is prepared for more extreme heat that's likely to come over the next few days?
Yeah, I'm in the UK, and I can confirm it's absolutely sweltering. And the issue that we have here is that we go outside for a break from the heat because our houses are just boiling hot. It's unbearable. I can barely sleep at night. And so I think the answer is actually no, not fully. Britain is not good at responding to weather emergencies, really. We struggle with snow, we struggle with heat. But our infrastructure and simply our way of life just isn't designed for repeated periods of extreme heat. And when we come back to our homes, historically, we've designed them to retain heat. Air conditioning just isn't commonplace here. And then when you look at things like our transport infrastructure, hospitals, schools, workplaces, all having to operate at such high temperatures, 38 degrees, without air conditioning. And that's really concerning because these problems are beginning to compound. And we're now in our fifth heat wave of the year. Almost 3/4 of England are officially in drought, and around 45 million people are living in drought-affected areas. So we have like water restrictions in place. We can't water our plants. And the Prime Minister is actually chairing an emergency meeting on heat waves, droughts and wildfires today. So there's a hope and expectation that he'll do something, but then there's that economic impact. And when temperatures get so high, obviously it just affects how we can maintain our everyday lives and go to work, that sort of thing. But when I just think of my house, I mean, my carpets are, I think, 80% wool. I have triple glazing. There's insulation in our roof. There's insulation in the walls, thick curtains. Our bedding is all thick blankets and duvet covers. It's just not, we've just not planned at all or ever expected or ever experienced this amount of heat for this long.
And I think the question really is England adequately prepared for increasing frequent heat waves that we are seeing? And also, just to pull on what you're saying about the government's Cobra meeting, Andy Burnham, obviously the new Prime Minister, is warning that the extreme heat could continue for several more weeks. So there is that warning out at the moment. But Dr. Ellie, let's talk a little bit about how serious this is for the economy and what impact it could have. Because I remember I lived in London for 15 years too, and I used to get the train or tube to and from work, which is very normal. And if there was ever any hot weather, none of us could really use the public transport. It became a big problem.
Yes, definitely. I mean, two sides of the story. First of all, the direct impact on people's lives, even death, even fires, interruption in transportation, all of that. But there's also the economic cost of all of the situation. So as Samantha said, this is the fifth wave this year. Cost on the economy has been somewhere between £500 million up to £2.36 billion in June, for example. We are yet to see what will be the cost of August. Altogether, we've reached almost £6 billion of economic losses in the UK this year only because of heat. Estimates of scientific measurements, if we continue this way, by 2030, the cost of heat repercussions on the economy could be up to $25 billion per year. So this is something definitely to be anticipated. This is something that should be dealt with a long-term strategy. Again, this is not something that is unseen and that countries don't deal with. There's countries around the world, like the Gulf countries, that deal with heat waves up to 50 degrees, but they have accustomed themselves, their policies, their buildings, their transportation infrastructure, all of this to deal with such measures. Even Australia, as Samantha was mentioning, the water restrictions, this is something very regular in Australia. So again, there's a lot to be learned from other countries, lessons learned, best practices. And the UK, like all Western Europe, like we saw the fires in Spain and France, also getting out of proportion this year. These countries need to prepare themselves long-term with long-term strategies that could start working on how better to cope with the increasing heat that we are witnessing every year. Climate change or not, that's a different discussion. But at least for the coming few years, we have to have the policies in place to help the people out and to minimize the risk and minimize the cost.
And as you do say, climate change is another conversation, but there has been this heat dome over the UK, and that's something that's trapping in that hot air. We've also seen it in lots of parts of Europe. But Samantha, just some advice that the government are giving out. Andy Burnham and the Prime Minister is urging people to follow health advice, stay safe and look after vulnerable people. So he's really saying elderly and relatives and friends should all be checked on. But also, like Dr. Ellie said, does the UK need to look at getting desalination plants? Because we've actually seen this really affects the farming industry in the UK and the crop yields that will be coming up this month. So there's a lot of difficulties that the UK has to battle with.
Yeah.
Sorry, before Samantha starts, I think the UK people are expecting more than just advices from this government. Although this government hasn't been long in office, but still, I mean, we expect proper dealing with the situation, not just advices to take care of the more vulnerable ones.
And you know, Dr. Ellie and Sam, that's a really good point, because obviously Andy Burnham's not been in the job very long, but he's just chaired the first emergency COBRA meeting on the heat wave. And this is the 5th heat wave. And a lot of critics are saying, well, you know, it's a bit late to the party. You should have done that much earlier. And no one did, you know, as they were trying to change Prime Minister. So, yeah, Dr. Ellie, you have a point.
Sorry for the interruption, Samantha. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I mean, Andy Burnham, he's been in a few weeks now, so it's great he's got this meeting and let's watch this space. But, you know, British farmers work incredibly hard and they've had such a hard time recently under the Labour government. And this is a nightmare situation for anyone in farming. You know, your stock just being burnt and not being able to use water correctly. And then it's that piece of British produce and the cost of it will go up, or we won't have as much of it. And I know I was speaking to a gardener in my area who was saying that even people's lawns here, because we pride our garden lawns being green and well mowed, you know, you just forget it until next spring. And this is just unprecedented for British people, and we're just not used to it. And when I think to my community in the north of England, where we have a huge amount of rainfall, it's just a very wet place in the northwest and also northeast. Everything about our lives is built to have lots of water, and the things that we grow, the way that we eat, and what we wear as well. It's just such a big change for British people. And I'm not sure the rest of the world would really quite understand that until they come to America. And I remember having American relatives visit in a heat wave 2 summers ago, and they couldn't believe the lack of AC, and they couldn't believe how little ice was available in restaurants. It was such a scarcity. So we're really quite far behind, and big changes are going to happen. And as a British person, I just wonder, given our issues with our national water and our electricity and our gas, you just begin to think, well, this is just another nightmare situation for the government to handle. And I'm very interested to see what Andy Burnham proposes and what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fascinating to see. And I do know the British love to keep their hanging baskets and their lawns very green. So I think neighbours, haven't they, have been telling if their other neighbours been sneaking some water on their lawn. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Sam and Dr. Ellie. It's that time of the show, actually, where Dr. Ellie and Samantha have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, I love your story because it reminds me so much of university. A nostalgic social media platform is actually going to make a massive comeback. Tell us why.
I mean, this is the vibe. Not a quirky story per se, but definitely a nostalgic one for all those who have witnessed and who have used this platform. It is MySpace. That was at a certain time a huge platform that was even competing with Facebook up until 2008 or so. But then again, MySpace disappeared and the company got sold from one party to the other. This is a platform that defies, you know, the algorithms. This is a platform that allows you to personalize the page. This is a platform that allows you to follow and to have news only from your friends, not by ads and other things. So it actually has a lot of nice features that people now feel that they need and that they lack in the current flow of social media that we have, and the lack of control that we have over what we see in our phone, on the other platforms, Instagram and TikTok and all the others. So the people who know MySpace are really enthusiastic about it, but also potentially other age groups are also interested to have a tool that is potentially offering them some special features that the other platforms don't. And potentially the initial review of the market have seen very good welcoming vibes and very high potential. If MySpace is put back into place, that it will take its proper share of the market altogether. So this is very encouraging, and a lot of people are looking very much forward to it. I personally have never used it. I've never had an account on it, but definitely if it has such features, I would be interested at least in trying it.
You know, Dr. Ellie, I actually never had MySpace either, because at university I always felt like I was a bit of a rebel and I wasn't going to get social media. But everyone I knew at university had it, and Sam, I don't know if you can remember it, but what I remember is a lot of artists used to upload all their music to it, so it was almost a platform in many respects before YouTube, because if you were a guitarist and you're looking for jobs, or you were a singer, MySpace was really the place to show off your talents back then.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a MySpace page, and I'd be so interested to see it again, because it was a very long time ago now when it was live. And I do remember all of those creative kids and the musicians and the drummers. They all had their MySpace page, you know, with their music playing on it. And I guess it's quite a nice idea from a parent perspective. That algorithm is just so scary. So to have that taken away, and then children of today can have this platform online to express themselves and connect with their friends digitally. I kind of like this idea, to be honest.
Yeah, I really like the idea, because, of course, it's getting rid of that algorithm, so we all just stop doom scrolling in the middle of the night, which I know Dr. Ellie does, I do, and Samantha does, because everyone does it. We're all guilty of doom. I'm telling you, you know, those algorithms get you locked in such a hole. You know, MySpace would actually be welcomed for someone like me who's going through things. I don't know, Ellie and Sam, if you could agree or not.
Well, I mean, yeah, you just get so nosy with Instagram, don't you? And then it feeds your nosiness. So yeah. I just sort of, you know, I know things about people before I see them in person, because they've shared it online and they've already told me. And that kind of takes away that personal piece when you actually see someone to catch up. But yeah, you're in the middle of the night. I'm kind of, when do I do it? I think it's when I first get up. I'm a bit difficult. I find it hard to get out of bed, so I kind of scroll on my phone before I have my first coffee.
Mine's always the night.
The worst thing about it is that you find attraction to things that you never thought you would be attracted in, like, for example, renovation of houses or cutting grass or things like that. Yeah. And it starts feeding you. Unfortunately, these just a waste of time that you will never do it yourself, but it's just there on your algorithm. And once you watch one, it just keeps coming in.
I must say something, DIY hacks are constantly on mine, and I can't do DIY. I've never tried, but I live in hope. And Samantha, yours is also a lovely story. It's about a man who unofficially broke a record. Tell us more.
Yes, former Miami University track star, so a very fast runner in his day, Stephen Biebelhausen ran a mile in 4 minutes, 17 seconds, whilst pushing his daughter Blake in a stroller. So that's a 3-wheeled pram that he was running the Guardian Mile race at the Cleveland Hope Memorial Bridge. And it could become a Guinness World Record if it was officially verified. Now, the current record is 4 minutes and 26 seconds, and that was set last year in 2025. So Biebelhausen, he wasn't aiming for a world record, he said, but he just hoped to break the course record, which was 4 minutes and 44 seconds. So he was well clear of that. And he said that he believes with a bit more training, he thinks he could go faster and therefore become a Guinness World Record holder. But I mean, he has absolutely no dad bod issues going on. He's he's getting the mileage in with the baby, who seems to be having a great time flapping her legs around, moving at a really fast pace. And the leg turnover, I mean, from a runner's perspective, the leg turnover, the cadence is incredible. It's almost like he's going downhill. He's got that much momentum. But I do this myself. I have a three-wheeler and I don't use it that often because it's really, really hard work. These prams are heavy and they're difficult to churn around. And what I find hilarious about this clip, and seemingly the internet did too, is that he's in a normal running race. This isn't a race for like buggy parents, you know, and here I am. This is me in England at Savile Garden, trotting along with my 2-year-old, pushing my buggy, taking in the scenery, the blue sky, the green grass. See, the grass is green there. So it's not ever anything the grass is burnt. And then my 5-year-old was sort of sprinting along and we went through a water sprinkler, which we all had a good giggle to. But that's the interesting thing about the water shortages here that's controversial. You can use water if you're a business, but you can't use water in your own home. So the parks are still lovely and green in areas. And this is the Guards Polo Club, where apparently Charles met Camilla, if you like your royal trivia. And that is a royal, that's a business, this polo club. So it's nice and green and they're watering it every day in spite of the heat wave and the drought. But yes, I like pushing my buggy every now and again. I do find that I sit a little bit too low in the hip. And so it's a bit niggly on my hips when I jog. So I much prefer getting out running sans baby, honestly. But every now and again, you've got no choice and you've got to get your step count up with the buggy. And I do think Stephen is an inspiration, especially for dads around the world, that they can have time with the child and break some world records.
I must say something. When I was looking at your daughter running next to you, she just looked so happy. And that little baby in the pram with her father breaking the record. I think the kids look like they're having a better time than the parents. What do you think, Dr. Ellie?
Well, let me confess one thing, that when my kids had a bad time, it was not running or jogging. It was eating fast food, eating ice cream, things that they are not usually allowed to do. So I'm not the best influence on them, but cheers to the guys. I was wondering also if that record is actually with the stroller or just running. That would be good to know. If he managed to break it with the stroller, although it is the general record, that's quite impressive.
Well, no, the mile world record went recently. It was Josh Kerr at the Commonwealth Games in the United Kingdom, where he broke the mile record. And I think it is, I would need someone to verify this, but I watched it. It was phenomenal. I think it was 3 minutes. Was it 3 minutes 46 seconds?
I'm just going to have a look at it. Well, I don't have time to now because we're running out of time on the show. But actually, I watched Josh Kerr break that record and it was an absolute phenomenal race. Like, it was emotional when he did it. It was so amazing. But thank you so much. And just before we end the show, I actually want to bring you some breaking news that we're getting. The US President Donald Trump says White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is leaving her role at the end of the month. So we've heard that from President Donald Trump. Caroline Leavitt will be leaving the show at the end of the month, and that will be to spend some more time with her family. And once again, I just want to say thanks to our guests. That was Dr. Ellie and Samantha. And we just wanted to bring you that news about Caroline Leavitt. But once again, thank you so much. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm John O'Hays. Coming up today on the show, Ukraine accuses Russia of using North Korean ballistic missiles as the war takes another dangerous turn. We'll ask whether Moscow is preparing for a major escalation and what it means for the months ahead. Also on the show, the Middle East remains on a knife edge. We'll examine the latest diplomacy between the United States and Iran, while asking whether growing tensions in Gaza, Lebanon and the Red Sea are threatening to overshadow hopes of a breakthrough. All that and more is coming up in this edition of G&T. Hello and welcome to the programme. Let's begin in Ukraine today. Russian strikes have left more civilians dead, and Kiev now says that North Korean ballistic missiles were used in the attacks in recent days, while President Zelensky is warning that Russia is preparing for a major escalation rather than any serious peace talks. Now, at the same time, Ukraine continues to strike deeper inside Russia, targeting oil facilities and military infrastructure, hundreds and in some cases thousands of kilometres away from the border. So where is this war heading next? Well, to discuss this in more details, joining us from Kiev is former advisor to the Ukrainian Defence Ministry, that's Yuri Sak. Yuri, thanks so much for joining us first and foremost on GMT today. So the story in Ukraine has taken a couple of new twists in the last few days, and Kiev accusing Russia now of North Korean ballistic missiles being used. What do you think that this means for the conflict and where it's potentially heading?
Good afternoon, Jono, and thank you for having me. So we are entering a new stage of this war in a way that we're seeing that Russia is using more and more ballistic missiles on each attack. And actually, we've just today, a few hours before, we had another attack on Kyiv. It was attacked by jet drones. And our reconnaissance tells that very probably that this was just Russia probing the airspace and Ukrainian air defenses, and it will be followed up by another ballistic missile attack. Now, of course, Russia's connections with North Korea it's a bad sign because North Korea is a closed country. It's a backward country, but if North Korea can benefit from technologies, weapons production technologies from China, for example, then of course they are a closed country capable of producing a lot of different weapons and sending them to Russia. So that means that even if the sanction regime is in place and Russia is unable to, procure certain components for their weapons from other countries, they will be just getting by getting ballistic missiles from North Korea. And don't forget, there's Iran in the picture as well.
Let's talk about President Zelensky and what he said about Russia. He says they're preparing for an escalation, not for peace. Even read today, the ISW are saying that Russia are ramping up their ballistic productions. That's a concern. They said they're getting ready for the winter. Do you believe the Kremlin has already kind of decided this war is going to continue well into next year?
Well, yes, personally, and I think many sources in our intelligence circles also confirm that Russian leadership has no intention to slow down or to stop fighting this war, this aggression against Ukraine. We're seeing that the only thing which is holding Russia back for the moment is they're waiting for the elections, well, the so-called elections, because of course there are no elections in the dictatorship Russia. So after the elections, there are all signs that Russia will conduct additional mobilization. They're planning to recruit hundreds of thousands more soldiers, which they hope will give them some advantage on the battlefield. But what we have to remember is that so far, having more soldiers on the front lines has not helped Russia achieve any of its objectives and goals. We are killing, losses of Russia a month now constitute about 30,000 killed and wounded in action. So if they recruit more soldiers, which will be, again, an untrained or poorly trained manpower, that's not going to have any impact on the front lines. And I think deep inside Russia understands this, and this is why they're escalating the ballistic missiles.
Let's talk about the Russian troops aside. There's that echoes that Ukraine believes now that North Korea could send 50,000 troops in there as well. These could be highly trained, so that might be something that could completely change the battlefield if we get 50,000. Because as you say, these new troops who are Russian troops may not be well trained, but these Korean troops could potentially, North Korean troops could be potentially very well trained going into this.
50,000 will be wasted in a month and a half maximum using our drones. We have developed a very highly efficient drone capacity mid-strike, as well as FPV drones. We are producing millions of such drones per year at the moment, and all of our troops on the front lines are equipped with these drones. So, if the North Koreans are stupid enough, which seems they are, to send more of their own soldiers to die on the front lines, it'll be just a shame, but it's not going to have any impact on the front lines.
Let's talk about what President Zelensky has said about Russia and how it could use next month's parliamentary elections to somewhat overshadow or to cover another major mobilization. Is this something Ukraine genuinely expects to happen, do you think?
Yes, like I said, our intelligence reports confirm that Russia is planning to carry out additional mobilization, but it's not going to result in any... of course, it's going to make things more difficult for us. I'm not denying that, but at the same time, we have to understand that we have seen, how even when Russians increase their military presence along the front lines, it's not making any difference. Because, I will repeat, Ukraine has developed a very efficient drone capacity. We have almost 1,000 companies now producing drones of different kinds, and the appearance of more Russian troops along the front lines, it will make things more difficult, but it will not give Russia a critical advantage.
We'll talk a bit about those and the military capability of Ukraine, which has taken leaps and bounds. But one of the things that Ukraine seems to have a concern with is the shortage of Patriot interceptors. And of course, we saw that deal where the US has given them the blueprint for the production of this. But what we believe and what we've heard from experts is it's not a very fast process to actually produce these interceptors on home turf and to set up the factories that would do that. How critical is the shortage, especially right now as Russia is increasing its ballistic missile attacks?
It's very critical, and during the last missile attacks, we had problems, of course, intercepting Russian ballistic missiles because we don't have sufficient numbers of interceptors. Now, what we have to understand that the process of, and we are seeing now, after Donald Trump first admitted to our president that the US will give Ukraine the license to produce these interceptors, we're now seeing they're kind of backtracking and they're hesitating now. So it's not decided. It's not a decided matter yet. But even if it was, we have to understand that, like, Patriot interceptors, which are the only system capable of dealing with the ballistic missiles, that's not just an actual interceptor missile itself. It's a whole ecosystem of consisting of a radar, launching pads and such. So, of course, setting up production of these will take time. And, according to, even the most optimistic estimates, 2 years is the minimum period that is required to actually launch full production of these interceptors in Ukraine, or for that matter, in any other country like Poland, for example, because Poland could be a good candidate for actually, opening a facility that would be producing these interceptors, because there is a very significant shortage of these interceptors, which are required not just by Ukraine, but by other countries as well.
OK, so that's not the short-term solution. Let's talk a bit about Russia and what it's doing right now. It appears to be targeting these civilian infrastructures once again. We've seen things in the last couple of days. Hospitals, industrial strikes have all been targeted. Is that a deliberate strategy from Russia, especially as we head in towards winter and that winter offensive that we hear so much about?
That is a stupid genocidal strategy. That's not, and of course it's deliberate. What the stupid Russian leadership is hoping to achieve, they think they can break the will of the Ukrainian people, and then we will all join our forces in convincing our president and our political and military leadership to sign peace on any terms. Now, this is not going to happen. And I say the Russians are stupid in addition to being, genocidal, because they should have learned by now. It's almost 5 years since the beginning of this war, and they still hope to break our will. It's not going to happen. Of course, nobody's happy about the increased ballistic missile attacks on Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, and we are anticipating a very hard winter. And, our authorities are already warning us that we have to be prepared for maybe what will be the hardest winter in the last 5 years. But again, the Russians will not achieve their goals they'll just continue to demonstrate to the world that they have no intention to end this war. And the only way to stop Russians is to actually degrade their military infrastructure, which is what we are doing with our deep strikes, is to degrade their economy by even further tightening the sanctions regime and, continuing the policy of international isolation of Russia on the international arena.
Yuri, let's talk about those deep strikes that you referenced just there, because Ukraine has continued to get deeper into Russian territory. And we've seen those attacks on the oil refineries, the logistics centres. That was, I think, 1,500 kilometres from the border. Now, in July, we saw the Omsk refinery. That was 2,700 kilometres inside Russian territory. So we've seen this marked increase in range from the Ukrainian side. Are those targeted attacks? Are they having an impact? Are those strikes having the impact that Ukraine wants them to have?
Oh, well, absolutely. They're having an impact on the Russian oil industry. For the first time in 20 years, Russia has to actually import, Russia, the oil superpower, has to import oil for their citizens from other countries like Kazakhstan and other countries in Asia. So, of course, these deep strikes that we are carrying out, they are degrading Russian oil capacity. There are huge lines of Russian citizens queuing up. And I've actually heard information that some clever Russians have already created a mobile phone app, which kind of those who install it can see in real time on which gas stations there is fuel. So Russian oil capacity is degraded by our deep strikes. We will continue. And I would like to actually say that our deep strike drones now fly so far as 3,000 kilometers.
Wow. Now, Russia has responded about these attacks as well, because they said attacks like this, so deep into Russian territory, that justifies further escalation. So I guess my question is, would you expect Moscow to respond in a significant way? And what do you think that would look like if and when they do respond?
I would like to answer that question by asking you a question. Have you seen what Russians have been doing during the last 4.5 years? Of course you have. It's been arbitrary, genocidal attacks on the Ukrainian cities, Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. They were killing our children. They were destroying our kindergartens, our hospitals. So when Russians say they will escalate, I think by now we have seen already enough. Of course, our military now anticipate that, thanks to actually North Korean ballistic missiles, the attacks that Russians will be carrying out in the nearest future will, every attack will be like 200 ballistic missiles, which will make things much more difficult for us. But again, when Russia's escalated 5 years ago and it never stopped.
The escalation is spreading a bit further, though. Let's talk about it from the rest of the wider region. Romania has destroyed suspected Russian drones that were drifting in the Black Sea. Germany, it's warning about the drone threat close to home as well. This conflict is becoming a wider European security issue, and that seems to have happened over the last couple of weeks and months.
Well, exactly. The incursions into the airspace of the countries of Eastern Europe, Romania, Poland, and some Baltic states, they have become almost regular. And now every time, that Russia is attacking Ukraine, there are Romanian and Polish fighter jets up in the air because they need to, protect their own land and their own people. And, of course, Russia is probing the Western countries, and Russia is probing the NATO alliance with the view to seeing, how far will NATO alliance go in terms of responding. Until now, NATO was very cautious and was not in a hurry to actually declare a state of war with Russia, and probably there are good reasons for that. But at the same time, some intelligence services report that Russia could be planning something more serious in this coming autumn, in particular in the Baltic states, again, with a view to testing the capacity of NATO to respond.
Let's talk about NATO, because with that speculative attack, which could be a wider attack, do you think NATO has done enough? Has it responded quickly enough? Because Ukraine seems to have learned a lot of lessons about drone warfare, especially in terms of the Russian capabilities. Or is Europe somewhat playing catch-up in a war that is on their own doorstep?
In some way, yes, but it's natural because the innovation cycle of this new modern warfare that we are in right now is very fast. So, of course, the producers of drones here in Ukraine, they benefit from, the feedback loop that is very fast moving and very dynamic. So some things are created in the labs in Kyiv or other Ukrainian cities, sent to the front lines. They have immediate feedback. They can improve their weapons and so on and so forth. So, but European countries also now are allocating budgets for new innovative solutions in terms of weapons. And of course, Ukrainian experts and Ukrainian enterprises are eagerly sharing information about these novelties on the front lines. And hopefully that will make safer both Ukraine and the European countries in the future, NATO countries.
Yuri, let's talk about what President Zelensky has said. Ukraine has submitted this new proposal to the US negotiators. The aim of that, of course, as you would imagine, is to end the war. And I'm not going to ask you to give away negotiating positions, so to speak, but you said at the start you don't see any real appetite from Moscow for meaningful talks. Surely it is in both parties' best interest to bring this to the table, for the US to get involved and for there to be some actual meaningful talks in the next couple of weeks and months before we get into a very harsh winter for both parties once again.
John, I'm very skeptical about any peace efforts. Of course, they have to continue and they will continue. And the Ukrainian side is approaching these efforts in good faith. We hope against hope that there are some leverages that the US can use to force Russia to the negotiating table. But at the same time, we have learned very well by now that primarily we have to rely on ourselves. So what that means is if we want to see the Russians at the negotiating table, we must increase the intensity of our deep strike attacks on Russian oil refineries, on Russian warehouses, on Russian military infrastructure. We have to make sure that Russians cannot achieve nothing on the front lines by making sure that the kill zone where, no Russian soldier can appear because they'll, the lifespan of the Russian soldiers on the front line today is like 20 minutes maximum. So we have to rely on our own capacity, and of course we have to be backed up by our partners, and hopefully we will exhaust Russia sufficiently enough for it to sit down and actually begin talking about peace in good faith. But for now, there are no signs that they are there yet.
Yuri, I want to talk a bit about the humanitarian crisis that's taking place. The UN saying that more than 16,000 Ukrainian civilians remain detained by Russia. There is widespread allegations of torture and abuse that are hitting the headlines. And I just read a story this morning that was truly harrowing if these allegations are correct. Is there a concern that the humanitarian issues for those 16,000 detainees are being overshadowed somewhat by the military headlines which you and I are speaking about right now?
Well, actually, I'd like to stress that the issue of returning our prisoners of war is probably the only kind of efficient aspect of this diplomatic track. And we've had many Ukrainians returned and, in these exchange initiatives. And of course, everyone who comes back from the Russian captivity, almost every Ukrainian soldier reports about the harrowing torture procedures that they are subjected to while they're detained. So, but look, Russia is a vile, aggressive country which is a threat to all of us. So we shouldn't expect Russia to treat prisoners of war any better than they treat their own people, any better than they treat people and the territories they occupy. It's a barbaric country which is barbaric in every sense of the word and in everything they do. So it's not a civilized country. So the sooner we find a solution how to tame Russia, isolate it in a way so that it doesn't spread its influence or doesn't threaten anyone, the better for all of us.
Yuri, before we finish up, I want to ask you, after everything we've seen over the last week, are you more concerned about where the war is heading than you were a month ago, or do you still think that maybe potentially Ukraine can, as it seems to have been doing in the last couple of days and weeks, regain that all-important ground, hold the front on their own without any intervention from external parties?
I don't think it's useful to make any predictions at this stage because we have seen so many predictions by now and none of them actually came true. So the only meaningful sort of approach would be to use the ancient Roman maxim, you want peace, prepare for war. civic pacem para bellum. So we need to be ready for more war, and for this we need to continue to beef up our defense industry. We need to collaborate with our partners in the West so that our defense industry is sufficiently funded. We have to work on new solutions for the battlefield, joint R&D centers in Ukraine and abroad. So and we have to just keep up the pressure. That's the only thing that in some foreseeable future could actually change the dynamics of this war.
Well, Yuri, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Joining us from Kiev, former advisor to the Ukrainian Defence Ministry, Yuri Sak, thank you so much for speaking to us on GNT.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Turning to the Middle East now, where there are still hopes that diplomacy over the Strait of Hormuz could deliver a breakthrough. But despite some positive signals, there are still pretty major differences between Washington and Tehran. At the same time, events elsewhere in the region aren't standing still. Israel has rejected President Trump's Gaza peace proposal. Fighting continues around Lebanon, and fresh attacks in the Red Sea are once again raising concerns over regional security. So how do all of these developments fit together from a US perspective? Well, to discuss this, and joining us from Montana, is Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Trump. Mick, thank you so much for your time today. Look, let's talk about the first thing that we've heard about. President Trump saying everything is going fine. That's what he said. That's the exact words President Trump used. He said the US is in total control of the Strait. From where you're sitting, do you share the optimism of President Trump?
So, John, I'm just looking at the actual tracker of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz. Before the war, it was upwards around 120 or more ships per day. We're about, I think, the last 24-hour period, 8. So that's hardly open. It's essentially closed. That can't sustain the world energy market as it was before the war started. So I would say that's not accurate, and it seems like, based on all of the requirements from Iran to essentially open, by their definition, the Strait, they are very emboldened, and it really doesn't look like this is anything the United States can or should accept.
Let's talk about what Qatar have said. They've said the talks between Oman and Iran over the Strait of Hormuz are making this significant progress. Again, that is the rhetoric that we seem to be hearing all week. Iran is demanding an end to that US blockade, a ceasefire, a release of the frozen assets. There's a lot in there to get past the first step. How far apart are the two sides really when we look at things?
I mean, very far apart. The United States, I mean, if they want to concede that this has not been successful, then essentially agree to all the demands of Iran. The country that dictates the actual terms of it ending is the country that wins the conflict. And certainly if there's a $300 billion reconstruction fund, that would make no sense from the perspective of the United States, which in some part has met its objectives of reducing Iran's military capability. If Iran uses $300 billion to reconstruct things other than the military, it frees up money to replenish everything that we degraded. So it makes no sense there. And of course, sanctions relief and even unfreezing of assets is something that could happen in the future. But from the U.S. perspective, that needs to be the carrots, if you will, to get them into a new, more restrictive agreement than the JCPOA that guarantees they will never get a nuclear weapon. If that is conceded just to open the Strait, there will be no carrots, and therefore Iran will even be less likely to agree to any new nuclear agreement that does just that.
Let's talk about some of the developments, Mick, because CENTCOM said that it disabled commercial vessels. They were attempting to reach Iranian ports. They boarded 2 others as well. I don't think we've seen that before, and if we have, we haven't heard much about it. Are we entering kind of a new phase of enforcing the blockade on the ground?
So, Jono, essentially, if you're not willing to enforce it, it's not a real blockade. So the way this usually goes when it comes to tactics and procedures is the U.S. Navy will call out a ship, tell them to divert, allow them to give them that opportunity to do so, give them several more warnings. They strike the ship, not like the Houthis, which strike to actually cause injury and death. But the way the U.S. works, it does strike right at the engine room and gives an announcement that it's going to do so they can clear it. Because the intent is basically to stop it from propelling forward, and then they board it, and then they forcefully move it to what they ask them to do compliantly. So that's how this works. But ultimately, if you're not willing to do that, then these bluffs will just be taken as just that, bluffs, and the blockade itself will not work.
Mick, I don't want to say this is the positive spin, but I want to talk about something that has been positive in the last week. The oil prices continuing to go. There was a decrease, but obviously now they've gone back up again. The blockade has become a global economic problem. But the US has shifted to this America First policy, so it somewhat has less of a reliance on Gulf oil. Can the US, from their point of view, afford the blockade to continue much longer because it's a global issue and just rely on US oil?
So the issue there, I mean, it's obviously good for the United States to become less dependent on resources from overseas, but ultimately it comes down to supply and demand. So the less supply there is internationally, the more oil costs, even if you don't receive most of your oil from the Middle East. And of course, a lot of countries do, especially in the Far East. So I think that ultimately is Iran taxing the global economy, and the U.S. should use that to build an international coalition to assist in opening the Strait, because the country doesn't need to have agreed with the United States to go to war with Iran, but they're still responsible for their citizens. And right now, those citizens are paying more for everything because, of course, most goods and services rely on energy to move forward. And if that's the case, then it's going to cost everything. Everything's going to cost more. So I think the U.S. has an opportunity to really build this political economic coalition, but it's not going to be the magic bullet. This is going to take time. And ultimately, Iran is looking at the American elections as a leverage point, but eventually they'll be over. And that leverage point will no longer be there. And President Trump nor his party will stand for another election for the remainder of this administration. And that could mean that this could go on for a long period of time.
Mick, let's turn our attention to Gaza for a minute if we can. Israel rejected President Trump's Gaza proposal. We know that. Do you think it's a disagreement over this one plan? Or do you think what we might be seeing here, as some analysis has said, is some genuine tension between Washington and Jerusalem?
Well, probably some of both, Jono, because we do have the election coming up in Israel in October. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has to look very strong right now. And this idea that the IDF would withdraw, not just in Gaza, but also in Lebanon before their opponents, the proxy forces of Iran, Hamas and Hezbollah, completely disarm. The plan, of course, has phases. So in Gaza, Hamas partially disarms, the IDF partially withdraws. That's the way the plan's read. That's the only way to really do it where both sides would agree. But the way Israel has now stated, they will not do that. It's very unlikely Hamas will do anything until there's at least some movement of the IDF to withdraw. That's not going to happen. That's what the statement was. That probably won't change to at least till after the elections.
And exactly what you said, Mick, just to recap on that. Netanyahu said Israel won't move forward until Hamas is completely disarmed, and Hamas won't disarm until Israel are out. Anyone I've spoken to said it's very unlikely. There's no trust between both of these parties. So what happens next? What is President Trump's next chip to play here?
Well, of course, he could readdress after the elections. He could either get a Prime Minister Netanyahu who has less political pressure or an entirely new government, which may be more inclined to go with the peace plan as the president and the Board of Peace presented. That, quite frankly, could be the case. We'll have to see, of course, how the elections turn out, but that's the case there. And that could also impact all the negotiations in Lebanon. But we'll have to see. That's really going to be up to the Israeli people on which political party, or at least which political element, is running the Israeli government at the end of the elections.
We haven't heard much from Washington. We haven't heard much from the White House, really, Mick. They've been noticeably quiet since that Israel rejection of the proposal. Do you think they're rewriting the plan behind the scenes? Or are they waiting for the politics to settle? Is Iran perhaps taking the centre stage right now? What's going on behind the scenes, do you think?
Well, I do think Iran's taking the center stage. That's the war that the U.S. is actively, obviously involved with and has the greatest impact on the United States itself. However, I don't think they would necessarily rewrite the plan now. They would rather wait, I think, until the elections happen, because it's very unlikely Hamas is going to accept anything less. So rewriting it to benefit the Israelis now, I think, is essentially a waste of time, to put it that way. So I think they have to see what comes from this, and then they'll have to adjust accordingly. It's not that far away by political terms. But right now, it looks like there's going to be a stalemate on all fronts until, in the case of the Israeli elections, Gaza, October, and then as far as Iran, the U.S. elections in November.
With the same story, but away from Gaza slightly, we've continued to see these arrests, demolitions, land seizures across the occupied West Bank area as well. The UN says the territory is approaching some level of a breaking point, it believes as well. It's almost a year. It'll be a year in September since this first time we saw the 15-point plan and when it was put on the table. How concerned do you think Washington should be that the West Bank becomes the next major flashpoint in the region yet again?
Well, they absolutely should be concerned about this. And obviously, as that becomes more of an issue, then Gaza becomes harder to solve. All these areas that we're discussing today, Jono, are obviously intertwined. And this is going to cause even more issues, fractures, inside the issue with Hamas and the Palestinian issues inside Israel, as well as all the issues with Iran, which also includes Lebanon. So this just further complicates the United States' effort to move forward here. But that's part of the Middle East. And that's why, even though the United States essentially wrote its national security strategy to significantly downplay the Middle East as its importance to the U.S., it can't, because this is what's happening. And we obviously have seen that the United States is almost solely focused on the Middle East, in part because of the war with Iran.
You mentioned so many of the different potential flashpoints that are there, Mick, as well. And of course, while all this is happening, you referenced Lebanon still boiling over. News yesterday from the Israeli military, they admitted mistakenly firing an interceptor towards one of its own targets in southern Lebanon. So that somewhat underlines just how easily the situation on Israel's northern border could escalate. So again, at any given moment, that could boil over into an unmanageable situation as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, all these issues are intertwined. It's one of the reasons why Iran is such a destabilizing force in the Middle East. Iran essentially started Hezbollah back in the 1980s. They have IRGC Quds Force officers permanently embedded with them. They function, of course, independently, but also as a proxy. So they use them as a leverage. Part of the MOU that they wanted that was essentially signed and then scrapped did include stopping this current situation of the Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. So they use them as a club, but they do very little to facilitate the actual issue that they want resolved. For example, Hezbollah never signed the ceasefire agreement that the government of Lebanon and Israel did. If Iran was really interested in seeing a stopping to the fighting there, they would have pushed their proxies to at least accept the ceasefire. So they act like they want to see this stabilized, or at least they say, but they act completely different.
Mick, I want to talk about the story of the plane swap. This is the one after the NATO summit in Turkey. It's grabbed some of the headlines in the past couple of days. President Trump has now confirmed that story was true. This conflict was very much on the verge of a truly catastrophic escalation because those threats were now being taken very seriously and very credible by the Secret Service and the CIA.
That's right, Jono. So just based on all the reaction to this threat, it sounds like it was very credible, specific, and very reliable. So I think that was likely to be the case, and that's why this started. They moved the president, obviously, in this covert type operation to another plane. I think it was clear that from the assessment of the Secret Service and the military that route out was more safe for the president, or they would not have done it. But of course, there's other issues when it comes to duty to warn. They let the media, many members of the White House staff, and several cabinet members still aboard Air Force One. Many of them didn't know that this threat existed. So there is an issue under Intelligence Community Directive 191 of whether there should have been notification. That's a policy, not a law. So obviously they bypassed it. But that's a lot of the questions that are being asked right now, especially among the White House press corps.
Yeah, it is a fascinating story. Finally, Mick, before we let you go, what do you see as the order of play here? So what needs to be solved first is the question, in order of importance from a US standpoint. If you to sit in the Pentagon today, what would you prioritise in the next couple of weeks?
So I think I would accept that negotiations are not going to be anywhere near where the United States could actually accept. So this is going to be somewhat of a military stalemate. I would start preparing, obviously, to restart our arsenal. That's one of the decision points or factors that President Trump considered with the escalation. We need to hurry that up, essentially, by all means necessary, and we need to start looking at low-cost alternatives we can field immediately. I would want to be prepared. The Strait of Hormuz is now the center of gravity. That's not good for the United States, but ultimately we have to get that back open. Most of that will be political economic. There will be some parts the military can play there. And then we have to keep looking at what the primary purpose of the war is, which is Iran not getting a nuclear weapon. There's some media reports that they started working on places like Pickaxe Mountain. That needs to be addressed. The United States needs to ensure that while these negotiations are stalled, that they don't actually develop a nuclear weapon that would change everything. So the United States military needs to be prepared both for the Strait and for assumptions of efforts to ensure that they, being Iran, never get a nuclear weapon or anywhere near it.
Well, Mick, it has been both a pleasure and very insightful to speak to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for the Middle East under President Trump. Appreciate your time on GNT.
Now, in line with Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia is continuing to build on what is already a world-class tourism industry. Well, Adira Hospitality is a Saudi-born PIF-owned hotel brand which is seeking to reflect the kingdom's tradition of providing hospitality right across its property portfolio. Well, we're going to find out more about this unique combination of authentic Saudi hospitality with global standards. To help us find out more, we're with Stefan Lezer, who is the CEO of Adira Hospitality. Thank you very much indeed for coming in to see us, Stefan. I'd like to start by asking you to tell us about Adira and in particular your portfolio.
Yeah, well, Tom, thanks for having me. You mentioned it. I mean, Adira is born as basically a hotel operator, basically to translate the vision of 2030 into reality. Because when I moved to the country, one of the things that was striking me is that there is great hospitality. There is great hospitality when you visit families, when you visit, friends, and that's something that was very much surprising to me in terms of because it wasn't what I was expecting. But when when you walk around and then visit basically hotels, you see that there is very much an international standard, but there is not really a true Saudi hospitality reflected. And I think the vision and the translation of not only building the infrastructure, but then actually also showcasing what Saudi hospitality is from a Saudi-born brand was the idea behind of the creation of Adira. And since I'm not Saudi, I'm obviously here to facilitate that, but the content comes from my local colleagues. And the intention is to very much showcase to the world what this, deep-rooted Saudi hospitality is and showcase that to the world. So the content is there, that's very easy. And on the other hand, there is a strong purpose because by not only building that infrastructure, it's also the intention that it will become a great workplace for Saudi talent. So Adira's mission very much is not only to showcase Saudi hospitality, but at the same point in time, become also a desired workplace for Saudi talent to make a career in that industry.
It sounds incredibly exciting, Stefan, and you've opened up loads of subjects that we could talk about, but let's stick to the portfolio for a moment because you've got some really exciting weeks ahead of you, haven't you? You've got your first property opening in the King Abdullah Financial District in Kaft. I want to hear a bit more about that. And I'd like you to tell us, by the year 2030, how many properties do you think Adira is going to have?
Yeah, we're aiming to have about 30 properties by the year 2030. That's a coincidence. And the first one that opens up within the next few weeks is going to be in King Abdullah Financial District. It's a fantastic building. It's the first Saudi-born brand that will be operated in the King Abdullah Financial District, Kaft, and we're super proud of it. Obviously, Adira is not there to just operate within Riyadh. Our portfolio will be throughout the kingdom. We have projects in the east, in Khobar, in Dammam, in Dhahran. We have projects, on the west coast in Jeddah. We have projects in all kinds of areas of the kingdom. And if you had the chance to travel, which I had, there are very, very different regions with very different opportunities. And also they will provide employment opportunities throughout the kingdom, and not only concentrating on Riyadh.
Tell us a bit more about that first property at CAF. What sort of size are we talking?
It's a 214 key hotel, so 214 rooms with a high, what we call in the industry, a high suite ratio. We have 53 suites. It's obviously oriented primarily during the week to the business community. I mean, you have all the major headquarters in CAF. It's the financial district. And it's going to be the combination out of providing a very appropriate, high-end business hotel, but at the same point in time showcasing what I said earlier, the true Saudi authentic, hospitality. And as for example, the recruiting right now is basically almost completed, and about 70% of our colleagues are locals.
That's great. And one of the other projects you've got in the pipeline for 2030, one of those 30 hotels you were just telling us about a second ago, it's called the Rua Al Medina project. Tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, look, I had the opportunity to visit Medina, and I have to say, the destination or the location gave me goosebumps. Now we have the opportunity as a non-Muslim to visit basically Medina. And there is a big project going on where there is the extension to the Haram around the Holy Mosque. And part of that extension, there is also new, hospitality opportunities that are being built. And we're fortunate to basically operate one of our high-end luxury properties there. It will be fantastic. And everyone that hasn't visited Medina should use the opportunity, because it really is something that has a very, very special feeling. And as I said, I'm very happy to go there every time I have the chance to visit.
I can imagine you're really proud of watching all of this unfold, and a lot happening in the next 4 years for you. People will be wondering, another hotel brand, what sets you apart?
Yeah, I think the major difference is that international brands to come to Saudi Arabia, and they do some Saudiization to it, right? And that's usually, I don't want to mimic it, but that starts with the dates and the coffee. But it's not really truly reflecting what the Saudi hospitality, the origins of the hospitality that we all feel that have the opportunity to live in the kingdom, the generosity that is there. And we have built a brand that basically has this Saudi hospitality in its core. And as it is, my success would be that, years from now, when people basically walk out of one of our properties, say, that was a different experience, and I felt that I was in Saudi Arabia. And I think that's at the core of it. And to also basically create something that makes people, local colleagues, proud to join that brand, to say, this is my culture, this is basically my heritage, and I want to showcase that to the world.
And who do you imagine the person walking out of your hotel to be? Who do you think is going to be the typical client of your
client?
Hotels?
Yeah, we have 3 brands in our portfolio. They range from mid-range over contemporary lifestyle to an elevated luxury brand. So the aim when we created that portfolio to basically capture about 70% of the demand. So you have very, very different needs for visiting very different of our brands and our properties. So the answer to your question is that basically very different clients, very different guests will visit us. They could be for a pure accommodation need in our mid-market brand, or for a holiday. And the first target group is obviously regional, local, but also serving to the international and more growing international public that comes and visits what is there to see in the kingdom.
We've established how this is a really exciting time to be launching a chain or a brand of hotels in these different categories, as you've said, with 30 properties by the year 2030. It's also a very unusual time, given what's happening in the region. And I'm wondering whether you expect the geopolitical tensions in the region to have an impact on you, and if so, how you expect to mitigate that.
Look, I'm in tourism since 1987. And as you can imagine, basically, I have seen over time so many events and things. And what we're doing is not for the next 18 months. This is something that is basically here for the years and decades to come. And I think if there is one industry that is very stressed and very, stress resistant, that's tourism. We'll always bounce back. And at the moment, I see no impact on our plans.
Okay. Someone who leaves your hotel, what sort of an experience would you want them to walk away feeling like they've had when they walk out of the door of an Adira managed property?
Yeah. When you operate a hotel, or even when you create travel experiences, the only thing that I can do is we create opportunities for emotions to happen. And by the time you basically, either reach the airport or you reach your home, I hope that your background conversation says that was a different experience. That's what I want to go back to, because it felt different. It felt different than staying in just any other property around the world. It felt that I've, basically experienced the place that I'm visiting. And as I said, what we do is throughout our customer journey, we place those opportunities for those individual experiences, whether it has to do with scents or just rituals that are very, very different. But I'm not in your brain. I don't know what basically triggers within you an emotion that you would say at the end, that's actually the experience that I've never felt before, and I want to go back and re-experience it, if that makes sense.
You're making me curious now. I want to stay at an Adira managed property. Surely part of the success of your company is going to be partnerships, national, international partnerships with different firms, different brands. Anything you can tell us about in that respect?
Yeah, look, we partner, obviously, when it comes to education. We partner with, global institutes, especially also we have partnerships, agreements with Swiss institutions in terms of when it comes to hospitality schools, because a large part of our mandate is obviously also to provide career opportunities and demonstrate what career opportunities the hospitality industry has to offer. So we partner with HTMI, from Switzerland. We partner with Summit Education. We partner with EHL. And then on the other hand, we have memorandums of understanding with, Saudi Tourism Authority, the Ministry of Tourism in place. But also then its collaborations and big partners are some of the major projects that are happening here, like Qiddiya, Arua, Medina, and others.
Okay, and just last, you've talked quite a bit about recruitment and finding people. I don't know how easy that's been. Have you struggled to find enough of the right people that you need? Because you've got so many properties, but you're not the only operator, are you? There's lots of other people out there opening hotels.
That's very true. And to be fair, I was a little bit more concerned than I am right now, because what I noticed is that especially the local talent wants to be part of creating that local hospitality experience. And so recruiting so far has been a lot easier than imagined. But at the same point in time, because of the growth trajectory, we will work on it in also making sure that people understand what great opportunity it is to work in hospitality. And there is one form of compensation that, people sometimes don't realize is the feedback, the guest feedback, the interaction is something that is very satisfying, if I can call it that way. And that's the message that, I'm trying to basically, contemplate to the talent that I'm talking to and motivating them to join. And because we're new, you have the opportunity to be part of a start, to be part of creating something, to be part of creating a legacy for the kingdom.
And that's probably very attractive, isn't it, to the young population here in Saudi Arabia, and they're presumably buying into this with a lot of passion.
That's my impression, and I hope that's going to be continuing.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. It's been a real pleasure having you with us. Stefan Leser, the CEO of Adira Hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Poverty spreads along with administrative corruption and domestic violence. Our team arrived in the state of Uttar Pradesh in northern India, home to around 250 million people. Society in this large Asian country is divided into 4 main classes. But today our journey is to learn about a group that lies outside this social structure. The Dalits, or those considered untouchable. A Hindu group considered to be at the very bottom of society by Indian standards. Members of this group are born into lives filled with marginalization, exclusion, violations of their most basic rights, and even rape. Do the victims remain silent forever? A woman from this class decides, specifically from the city of Banda, to put an end to these practices, and forms a gang, yes, a gang for the oppressed. On a special mission, our team managed to reach this woman and investigate the background of her group.
मेरा नाम संपत पाल है, मैं गुलाबी गैंग की राष्ट्रीय कमांडर हूँ और गुलाबी गैंग जो है वो महिलाओं के हित के लिए बनाया गया है। महिला जो कि पुरुषों से ज़्यादा काम करती है।
My name is Sampat Pal. I am the leader of the Gulabi gang. We were founded to champion the rights of women. A woman cares for her family and her husband's family, so why shouldn't she be respected? That is what drove me to establish this gang, and it became known as Gulabi Gang in 2006.
One day, Sampat Pal saw a man mercilessly abusing his wife and witnessed it. She asked him to stop, but he assaulted her as well, so she returned the next day, accompanied by 5 other women carrying bamboo sticks, and punished the perpetrator. Harshly, the news spread like wildfire, and soon women began approaching Sampat Pal in large numbers, requesting similar interventions. Many women stepped forward to join her group, so she decided that this newly formed association needed a uniform and a name. Does the Gulabi Gang truly seek to defend the rights of the marginalized? Or does it have other motives? In the absence of law, does the people have the right to become an independent authority? Sampat Pal regularly meets with members of her gang, all of them women, to discuss the city's conditions and inform her about those in need of help.
राजीव गांधी वो शहीद हुए और
You cannot be an activist without facing some challenges. This is how we learned about activists. Gandhi struggled much. Many with him were killed. Indira Gandhi sacrificed her life for society. Rajiv Gandhi was martyred. Even Bhagat Singh was hanged. There are even more names in our community. If we do not face these problems, we will gain nothing in this world.
Everyone here knows this gang, from their organized military-style marches to their distinctive matching pink outfits. Gulabi in Hindi means the color pink, and this bright color is not a random choice that it had relied on in the past.
The official color of the gang is pink. It is the symbol of women. It has always been associated with them. It's their favorite color. We have basic rights. We must be educated. When men tried to stop us, we must teach them. Thanks to the 30% quota of seats, women can now become village heads. This quota was allocated by Rajiv Gandhi. We are doing this today because we have secured this quota. In a single day, I will travel between the villages where women hold leadership positions. When we are there, do not address the men. Tell the men, you are not the leader. Your wife is. Let your wives speak up, or you will not find a place among us. Around 1,000 or 2,000 women belong to the Gulabi gang. This is how change is made. An awakening is only possible if we know our rights. With a large number, specifically from the Banda district, in simple steps, we should discuss ideas and not fight with each other. We joined the Gulabi gang for a simple reason. We are suffering from problems, and we want to solve them. I draw my inspiration from my own personal experiences, and that is why I invited and trained women in this organization.
They sing motivational songs together before preparing to head into the streets, with everyone participating, even children, as Sampat Pal represents a role model for them.
There might be quite a few, maybe 1,000 or 2,000, but that's not the case in our Banda district. There are many people who should join the Gulabi gang. The reason is that when someone shares their troubles, we need to help resolve their issues.
Sampat Pal tried to formally engage in politics, which led her to run independently in parliamentary elections, but she did not achieve the result she wanted, yet others from the Gulabi gang gained significant political influence. In 2010, 21 members of the gang were elected to panchayat positions overseas. Local issues such as road construction, water sanitation, and agricultural development plans.
We started the Gulabi gang to uplift women and confront the system. Be happy whether it's a girl or a boy. Educate the girl, educate the boy, give them equal education. Only then will our society progress.
They don't say anything. What is there to say? They just want to show us a fight, thinking there won't be a fight. Our work will be disrupted, and then everything will be finalized. We don't speak up because our men support us and don't side with anyone else's household. Our men stand by us wherever you go.
This movement began with only dozens of women, but today the number of members of the Gulabi movement is estimated in the thousands across different Indian states. However, the number of active members can change. It is difficult to give an exact figure, as it operates as a decentralized movement without formal membership requirements.
Sister, the woman who faces oppression. In-laws frequently mistreat sisters and daughters. They don't keep them, they beat them well. They have it too. She goes to them and explains clearly that you need to keep it. So they keep them well and do what is necessary. Now those who drink alcohol, right? Such people are given all the utensils, so sister gives them, she also punishes. That's not the case with them. Also for improvement. They work too, trying to build her own home.
She and her group of women wear pink saris and carry sticks. They did not limit themselves to fighting injustice and corruption, but also confront police officers, corrupt officials, and abusive husbands. Gulabi gang also organized protests to improve roads and provide clean water tanks, as well as protesting violence directed at Dalit women.
Look, whether it's a politician, an official, or a village thug, I am always ready to stand against them, whether they are politicians, thugs, or officials. We are always ready with our sticks, and I believe that if an official behaves like a thug, we have our sticks to deal with them. But if an official stands for justice, they are like a brother to us. This is our stance.
The Gulabi gang asserts that it stands firmly against social injustice and works toward justice and economic empowerment for women, providing shelter for widows, pressuring authorities to fulfill their duties and expand food distribution in deprived areas, and teaching women self-defense skills. It also helps rape victims report cases and obtain justice. The means of achieving these goals vary widely, from reconciliation sessions to protests, from cooperation with local authorities to punishing rapists using wooden sticks.
They handle buildings like their dough, then head home. If they persecute them, we will take them away. Let's go with us. Let's kill you with us. They take them out when they come home. So we will fight. No one will hit or abuse you. We will live well while carrying the pink stick.
But an important question remains. What is the view of men in this traditional society? To answer this question, we followed the Gulabi gang during its tour of the Central Market.
Gulabi gang is led by Sampat Pal, who has been involved for 20 years. Living in the same village means we always meet.
They confront the weak in an unconventional way and put on an engaging display as if they were part of a famous rock band with all eyes on them. Are these looks of admiration, or is there something else?
If we seek help from those in power, they can assist us, but it's not guaranteed that they will.
The suffering of women in this society is not foreign to Sampat Pal, as she was married at the age of 12 and took up the stick at 16.
Initially, I wasn't aware, and I hadn't formed the Gulabi gang. The Gulabi gang didn't exist back then. If I had known about it earlier, perhaps I would have acted similarly. I would have sent them to jail myself. Now, I often think about how our daughter is studying. We educated our son, educated our daughter, brought a daughter-in-law. Everything is going well. Our family is also thriving. So I have 4 daughters and 1 son. This is my son, Kamta Prasad. He's also married now. Look, brother, their daughter is becoming our daughter-in-law, right?
The elder boy who talks.
Yes, let's go.
They said, "Don't teach us through experience," I replied. "If you were like that."
How do you do it? Do you do it?
Yes.
How do you do it? Our daughter-in-law has also completed her MA. She is well educated, and our daughter is capable in every way. I have built a good family, and along with my family, I have worked for others as well. Go ahead and make a difference. People often say to take care of your own home first, so we focused on our own household initially. Only after that did we work outside.
Since last year, the talker and other thugs have been meddling in the land deeds. They are causing trouble, claiming that the land belongs to them and not to the locals. They are forcibly filling the land with soil and marking it with stones to assert their ownership. This has been happening for the past 15 days. When Sampat Pal intervened, she put a stop to it. Now that she has intervened, things have come to a halt. But the problem remains with us here. When we were building our house, they were calling us thugs, saying that this is talker's land, meaning, don't build your house here, this is our land, you need to leave, you have no claim here. And if we have the land deed, why should we leave? We will stay right here, where else would we go? So in terms of the land allotment, we're saying there's no ours or yours here. We're saying we need the land deeds, we need the land deeds. Our land has been here for 20 years, it's been 25 years since the dispute.
While Gulabi women roam the city, she receives some women in her home to listen to their problems.
Let me tell you what happened with me. Our goat got loose and started eating the wheat. So the Brahmin's mother came over. She caught the goat and tied it up at her house. When she tied it up, my brother-in-law went over and brought the goat back, tying it up at our place. After tying him up, they started hurling abuses. When they began abusing, his son was also there. The younger one explained the whole situation. From here, they took us there and then started grabbing land, saying, "Tell us, he's a poor man. Why don't you write an application for him? Why not? When you write a report, they say he's a leader. He's a leader. So let him be a leader." What do? The poor man is running here and there out of fear, and they're making him fall there. So if you only listen to them and not to us, then what can we do? That's where the Gulabi gang comes in. Sampat Pal from the Gulabi gang. It was Sampat Pal who helped us. I filed a report.
Yes, when women face atrocities, she goes there to resolve the issue and comes back. She comes back. Didi comes back. Sampat Pal arrives.
What should she do? She should ensure that some legal action or court intervention takes place. There should be some expenses too, as we are being suppressed and intimidated by powerful people. They have power, and we feel helpless. It should be like this, but I've lived in the village. The children's ashes that the next program will raise.
That girl ran away with a man 8 years older, believing he was well off. But she discovered in the first nights of marriage the opposite, so she returned to her family the next morning. The girl asked Sampat Pal to intervene to annul the marriage.
The daughter got her Aadhaar card number increased, just like that. Yes, if she was coming for studies, then it has increased up to 5. The issue of the mark sheet is from 5 years ago. If it aligns with the Aadhaar card, she is considered a minor. We need the 5 mark sheet. Anyone can get an Aadhaar card made, right? One error, right? Yes, an error, and fled again.
In the eyes of many, Sampat Pal may be seen as a woman who rebels against social norms, yet she does not hide her adherence to many traditions. As she does with this young woman trying to determine her age by examining her arms. In India, a person is not considered an adult until reaching 18. Therefore, the marriage is considered invalid because the girl has not yet reached this age. The Gulabi gang may claim that it is committed to achieving justice, but not everyone shares the same view. The methods of this group, which at times include direct confrontation and even violence, raise concerns among some thinkers.
Administration which has a lot to answer, because despite the fact that the government is trying its level best to penetrate into the society, they are still far from the actual issue which needs to be sorted out. And it is at this stage that the government feels little constrained, because Gulabi gang had its approach, had its connection within the family, within the society, and they can manage things rather very easily. They can flag up issues. They come to know about a particular problem right in the beginning. Whereas the government has its constraints, it cannot go into at the village level all the time, and they are not present in fact. And the Gulabi people, they are basically from the community, so they are easy. They can in fact manage things much earlier as compared to the government officials.
It is a parallel system. It is a system which is not constitutional or which is not legitimized by the provisions of the country. We know that the socio-political conditions of any society can spark off responses in the citizen. And here this was a feminist response which was to the conditions of women in that area. It included things like domestic violence, it included things like lack of rights, privileges, opportunities for women. So we can see that these are very crass conditions, very poor, abject conditions in which women were living. And so they thought it pertinent to come on the ground and take the law in their own hands and improve their own situation. Gulabi gang has made its presence felt. So in a way it should modulate its confrontationist stand, and it should now try and align itself with the ideas or with the we can say policies of the government.
I feel very happy. I am thinking that every woman should become like Sampat Pal. They just want the pink gang to end. This name will definitely continue, and that makes me happy.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Melinda Nucifora. Coming up, the Strait of Hormuz could soon reopen, but Iran says a deal with Oman does not mean it will give up control of the key waterway. So, what does it mean for global shipping? Plus, we look at the biggest stories making headlines across the US, from Ukraine's call for more air defences to the Democratic primary in Michigan, and the fallout over a $100 billion tariff-free payment. And also in sport, FIFA President Gianni Infantino survives the latest controversy after apologising over his World Cup investment plans. But can he restore trust in football's governing body? We'll bring you the latest developments and analysis, all coming up on this edition of Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. Well, we could soon see the Strait of Hormuz reopen. That's according to Tehran. It says it's working on the finer points of the shipping agreement with Oman. But Iran is also making it clear that even if a deal is signed, that doesn't necessarily mean the strait will reopen right away. Reports also suggest the agreement could give Tehran control over ships entering the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, a move that would mark one of the biggest concessions yet to Iran. So, what other conditions could the agreement entail? We'll have the latest. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump says talks with Iran are going well, but Tehran continues to insist it's only negotiating with Oman and not directly with Washington. Kevin Ayer is joining us from Colorado. He's a retired US Navy captain who previously commanded 3 warship cruisers. Kevin, thank you for being with us. President Donald Trump says negotiations with Iran are working out well and a deal on reopening the Strait of Hormuz is close. From a military perspective, do you think the administration's peace through strength strategy has finally worked?
Very kind of you, Melinda. I do not know whether it has worked or not. Only time will be the arbiter of that. The president has said consistently and persistently that negotiations are ongoing, that they are heading in the right direction. However, as a military person, I see no evidence of that, and I will believe it when I actually see it. The MOU that was signed, as you know, fell apart catastrophically. However, the U.S. Navy blockade of Iranian ports remains in place and can remain in place interminably as long as needed, and the United States military is prepared to strike upon command, so the president can say whatever he wishes with regard to negotiations, but as a military man, we'll believe it when we see it.
You say that they can strike whenever given the command, but that brings me to all this speculation about munitions stockpiles in the US. President Trump has taken to social media to refute claims that the US has exhausted a large amount of its precision air defense interceptors. What's your assessment?
Well, I don't like to contradict the president, but my understanding of the situation is as follows. Those precision interceptors, we're specifically talking about the Patriot missile system, which provides primary air defense against ballistic missiles. The CSES, which is a U.S. very evolved think tank, projected that there were approximately 2,300 Patriot PAC-3 missiles in existence in the U.S. inventory prior to war start. They now predict that there are approximately 1,000 left based upon recorded firings. That's a 57% reduction in the total number of interceptors. The evidence on the ground for this has been the United States decision to allow some ballistic missiles to penetrate and land in less dangerous areas rather than engaging every single possible target. So while I do not have classified information regarding the exact numbers, the evidence seems to support the idea that there's a reduction in these precision interceptors. Whether that prevents the United States from doing anything is the question. There are other methodologies for reducing ballistic missile attack against the United States. And certainly the United States and Israel have attacked ballistic missile production and launch capability in Iran, and certainly their capability and capacity is greatly reduced.
So, just to give us some context, with your experience, let's say that the evidence is correct and there are about 1,000 left. If you were still captain of your team, would you be comfortable with an escalation in conflict if you knew that there were only 1,000 Patriot missiles left?
This is from my perspective as a military officer. My perspective is that the United States should strike aggressively, because it is my impression that Iran only responds to that kind of pressure. And so my impression is that they wish to drag this out as long as possible. My feeling is that the United States should strike Iran's Achilles heel, which is Karg Island and South Pars natural gas oil fields. Whether the president elects to do that or not, as a military person, I would be completely comfortable with a significant escalation in operations, because I am convinced that is the only thing that will cause the president to arrive at the place which he wishes to be, which is an end of Iran's nuclear capability or aspirations, and an assurance that the Strait of Hormuz remains open and not told by the Iranian government.
So from that, can I extrapolate that if you think the president doesn't do those things, make this calculated escalation in those particular areas, you would think that he hasn't achieved his war aims?
The stated war aims were to destroy their ballistic missile capability, their navy, their ability to influence their proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas, and those have been achieved. However, the other primary advertised war aim was an elimination of Iran's ability to move forward in the production of nuclear weapons. That has been reduced, but it has not been achieved. The way that things have gone is that the United States and Iran are interested in two things. The Strait of Hormuz is what Iran's trump card is, and the nuclear weapons is Trump's primary interest. I do not think that we can get to a resolution of those things, my opinion as a military officer, without a significant ramping up. Trump talking about negotiations ongoing, we're about to arrive at a mutually agreeable, successful finish. I see no evidence of that happening in the last 6 months, despite the fact that the president, who I support, has been advertising it on a virtually daily basis for the last 6 months.
All right, let's look at the Strait itself, because current talks centre around how the Strait should or could operate if and when it reopens. Oman and the International Maritime Organization have proposed one route, which we've heard that Iran has opposed. Iran has suggested a different route, and both of those routes are different to the pre-war shipping channels. So for those of us that aren't shipping or maritime experts, explain to us the concerns around these alternate shipping routes.
What I would say is that these are much sound and fury, signifying not much. This is a discussion of the exact layout of the route through which ships travel in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. It's a discussion between the two countries which border the route, Oman and Iran, and it has to do with the exact layout of those routes. It really has nothing to do with anyone else except it's the management of ships moving in and out. Oman has been very clear that they are not interested in tolling ships that go in and out of the Gulf. Iran is very interested in that as an economic stick. That is a completely different subject from the management of the route in and out, which is what they are talking about. From international law perspective, it is completely unacceptable to allow Iran to begin charging ships to go in and out of the Gulf. I understand that they would like to. I understand that it would be a major economic boon to them, but Oman isn't supporting it, and no one else in the world is supporting that idea. It is a red herring to think that these discussions involve that in any way.
It might be against international law. 8 maritime groups have signed an open letter as well to the UN. Also has the International Maritime Organization opposing tolls and service fees. But is there anything they can do to stop Iran from charging it if Iran insists that that's what it's going to do?
Can they do anything?
Can anyone do anything? I mean,
the United States and Israel and a coalition of the willing, to use someone else's term, can absolutely do something about it through military force if negotiations fail. To allow that to happen is an invitation for every other country that can control a strait to do the same. That's the Strait of Tsushima, that's the Formosa Straits, that's the Strait of Malacca. All of these places would then have a legal leg to stand on. It is completely unacceptable. I am absolutely certain that no one in the world is willing to accept this blackmail, not only because it's blackmail, but because it sets a precedent in international law, which is utterly acceptable to every maritime nation and every consumer of petrochemical products in the world. So I am quite sure that the negotiations have boiled down to Iran's nuclear intentions and the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. And I'm sure that's what Iran, and I said this at the beginning of the war, Iran's trump card is the Strait of Hormuz and controlling it. And we cannot allow them to have that trump card.
It's going to be interesting to see. The devil will be in the detail with regards to the deal. But your analysis of how it all plays out is so valuable to us. Thank you for joining us on Global News today. Kevin Ayer, thanks for being here.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Well, for more analysis on the diplomatic state of play, let's bring in Matt Terrell, former Chief of Staff to Marco Rubio, speaking to us from Washington, D.C. Matt, thanks for being with us.
Hey, great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
President Trump says negotiations with Iran are progressing well, while Tehran continues to publicly deny direct talks. What's your reading of the diplomacy we're seeing right now?
Well, we've been here before. Obviously, we've seen that Iran does not negotiate in good faith. We've also seen that they don't tell the truth. And that's been clear. And I know confident that President Trump recognizes that and his team recognizes that. And what we've seen is that there's really a divide. You've got some of the political folks, for example, in Iran who want to make a deal here, it seems. Then you've got the IRGC, the hardliners, if you will, who seem to not want to make a deal. The bottom line here is President Trump is the best deal maker out there. And what he ultimately wants, I think, is not just to get to a deal, but to have to be the right deal. You want to get the right deal out of this situation, and that's the goal here. So we'll see what happens throughout the next few hours here. But look, it appears that we're close to a deal. In the end, I think what President Trump is trying to avoid is more death. He spoke about that just yesterday when he's in Las Vegas. He wants to avoid death. But obviously, he's not taking more military action off the table. Iran will either make a deal or not. But the bottom line here is President Trump wants to get to the right deal. That's the goal.
Iran says that simply finalising a deal on the routes around the Strait of Hormuz with Oman doesn't mean that the Strait will automatically reopen. It also wants the US to end its naval blockade. This is one of the stipulations we've been hearing from the Iranian side. Is that something you think the Trump administration would be open to?
Well, I don't want to speak for the administration themselves, but here's what I can tell you. I think, first and foremost, it's important to recognize that the Strait is open. You are having ships moving through the Strait. The goal here, obviously, is to get it to full capacity. An incredibly
small number, though, Matt.
You want to get to full capacity, to your point. That's the goal here, and I think everyone recognizes the importance of doing that. But in the end, it's going to be really important to recognize what the Gulf allies are doing here. I think it's important to underline that it's the Gulf allies in the region, the neighboring countries, if you will, of Iran, that asked President Trump to stop, if you will, or halter on continued military action. Let's see what they do in terms of stepping up here as well in the region in terms of getting that Strait to be fully open. Look, other things to recognize here is, are there going to be timetables that are put in place on this deal? Is it ensuring that Iran does not ever put in place a toll system? You know, there are other things that need to be negotiated through here. The Strait is important, but obviously ensuring that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon is important as well. Those two things are the key here in this maybe second round of an MOU. Let's see what takes shape. Obviously, it's important to have that Strait fully open. I think without question, President Trump is going to be making it clear that that's the case.
Just to pick up on one thing you said there with regards to the Gulf allies, is it your belief then that they haven't done enough to support the US in having the Strait reopened fully?
Well, I think early on we saw some hesitation, it seemed, from some Gulf neighboring countries, if you will. But now it seems that they are really a part of this coalition that President Trump has put together. And I think that that's the great thing that you've seen here so far, is that you do have a coalition here. You're seeing Oman, you're seeing Saudi Arabia, you're seeing these neighboring countries that are really stepping up to the plate here, and I think doing their part to try and put the necessary pressure on Iran. In the end, it's clear. The Gulf countries, the region itself wants a change. They don't want to go back to the terrorism ways, the havoc that Iran has put in place for decades in the region. Ensuring that we keep the Strait open is important in full capacity. Ensuring Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon is important. It's not just important to the United States. It's not just important to the world, but in particular, it's important to this region that's been really having to deal with Iran for so many decades, as we all know. So to answer your question, I think it's great to see that they are stepping up right now. And I think that's really an important piece of all this. The United States should not be doing this alone. We should be having those Gulf neighbors step up. And frankly, in my opinion, countries outside of our Gulf neighbors, you think about the UK, should have stepped up more as well, in my opinion.
Reports out of Iran are that it also wants sanctions relief as part of this deal. That was part of the original memorandum of understanding that the US was broadly criticised for signing off on sanction relief to Iran. Do you think it would adopt the same strategy this time? Would it agree to sanctions relief if it meant a conclusion to the fighting?
Well, we'll see what's in the ultimate deal here. That's going to be up to the administration to see what tools are needed with respect to getting to a good deal here. I go back to
though, if you were advising the president or advising the team, would you say accept sanction relief if it gets you over the line?
I think it's up to the administration. Look, they're the ones in the room right now. They're the ones who are really at the negotiating table. I think it's important to have everything on the table when you're in negotiation, whether it's sanction relief, which obviously is important to the regime. I mean, look, their economy right now is in shambles in Iran. You're seeing skyrocketing inflation. To your point, I think it's a very important piece to the puzzle here. And we've seen, what the Treasury Department has done in terms of putting that financial pressure on the regime. It's not just been military action. To your point, it's been financial pressure on the regime. I think it's an important card to have on the table. in the end, the administration has decided if that's the right card to play or not. I think it's carrot and stick. I think ultimately what should be done here is saying, look, Iranian regime, if you get to the table here and get to a good deal, here's the carrot. And it could be some sanction relief. It could be other capacities. But here's the important thing. We should not allow Iran to use those funds, if you will, to fund terrorism. In other words, I think what Iran needs to do here is step back from funding its proxy terrorists like Hamas and Hezbollah. So I think it's important to recognize where the money is going. But in the end, this is a multi-pronged approach. Military action has been used. Obviously, financial pressure has been used. If Iran gets to the table here and gets to a good deal, I think they can get to a pathway potentially where some of these sanctions are relieved. We'll see what happens here. It's up to the administration. But the economic pressure is really important to recognize here as well.
There have been numerous occasions where President Trump has warned of heavy threats and then pulled back at the last minute. He's been criticised in some quarters for that strategy, but seeing as a deal could be on the table, do you think it's now paying off?
I think it is paying off. Look, this is not easy. And I think what the American people and people around the world are seeing is a little bit of stop and go here on some of these discussions. But that's just the name of the game right now, to be honest with you. And it really isn't a game. This is an important issue at the end of the day in terms of dealing with this regime once and for all. We've seen for nearly 50 years them put havoc and terrorism on the region, on the world. But ultimately, I think that this is working. I think what President Trump is trying to do here is also work with the Gulf allies. I go back to they are playing, they have a seat at the table here. You know, they're the ones who are really directly impacted by this in a way that no one else around the world is. Obviously, Iran has conducted terrorism around the world. It's a threat to the United States and the world, but the region really has a role to play here in a unique way. And they're the ones who said, hey, step back, Mr. President, in terms of military action. We'd love to see a potential timeline here to get into a deal, but you have to get to a deal at the end of the day. Otherwise, I think President Trump has been clear. If you don't get to a deal, Iranian regime, there's going to be more military action. No question about that. That could come if Iran chooses not to get to a deal here. In the end, the ball is in Iran's court right now. They need to decide if they want to get to the table, negotiate in good faith, or continue to play games. Playing games will only mean more military action, I believe. That's something I think the regime ultimately wants to avoid, given these latest round of attacks have been really decimating a lot of their key infrastructure that they've been using to put havoc and terrorism across the country and the world.
There have been leaks, though, out of the administration that speculate that some of those strikes were called off because the US is low on certain types of munitions. Do you think that that's likely?
I don't think that's likely. In fact, I think President Trump put the right statement out on social media, pushing back on that. The United States is well equipped in terms of having the military capacity to conduct this war, to conduct necessary strikes going forward if need be. I don't believe that those reports are accurate. I know people have different views on that, but in the end, the United States military is strong, and there's no question that they are prepared to do the necessary steps forward in terms of strikes. In addition to that, the United States has been funding and supporting Israel, if you will, in terms of their military capabilities. In return, we get things from Israel like intelligence and other capacities as well. So this is not just a go-it-alone effort. It's not just the Gulf countries that we've talked about, but Israel obviously playing a major role, as we all know, in much of these strikes and much of the military action that's been conducted. It's a coordinated effort. It should not only be on the United States, but there's no question the United States is well prepared and well equipped, in my view, to continue necessary strikes if need be going forward. Hopefully it's not the case. Hopefully Iran decides to actually once and for all negotiate in good faith. That's the big thing that we're watching for throughout the next few hours.
The very fact, though, that this story won't go away, and the fact that it's growing because there are new reports being leaked of a clash between President Trump and Defense Secretary Hegseth, does it suggest, whether or not the stockpiles are sufficient, that there is discontent within the administration as to how this war is being waged?
Oh, I don't think there's any discontent. I mean, look, you may have discussions internally on strategy and approach. That happens in any administration. And I think it's good that President Trump has good advisors and cabinet members around him who will give him different viewpoints potentially at time here and there. But in the end, this is a united administration. And more importantly, President Trump is the president. It's his decision, his call at the end of the day on what happens with continued action on Iran, whether it's military action or not. That's the president's decision to make. Ultimately, it's going to come down to what the American people think. And obviously, we're in an election year right now, and I know a lot of people have been focused on the economics of this. I'll just tell you, being here in the United States, You are seeing a strong economy. Obviously, you want to get those gas prices down. Those will come down once the Strait is fully open. How do I know that? Because we've seen that before. When we saw the Strait more open just a few weeks ago, we saw those gas prices come right plummeting down. So obviously gas prices need to come down, and I think they will soon. But you're seeing record highs in the stock market. You're seeing strong jobs growth here in the United States, strong GDP growth. All of those things matter in terms of the economics of this here in the United States. So I don't buy into the narrative that this war has created economic havoc here in the United States or havoc in his own administration. This is a united administration that's very clear in the approach here, and that is to be united in ensuring Iran does not get a nuclear weapon and united in getting this Strait open in full once and for all. Ultimately, this administration, I think, will unite and continue to unite and provide President Trump the advice he needs, but the president's calls at the end of the day.
Let's see where it takes us. It'll be an interesting 24, 48 hours ahead. Matt Terrell, thank you so much for your analysis here on Global News Today.
Thank you.
As we do every Thursday, we take a look at some of the big stories making headlines across the US. Joining me for this week's panel is Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, coming to us from Chicago. And David Kusnet is back with us, former White House Director of Speechwriting to President Bill Clinton from Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. We're going to start with the war in Iran. Iran and Oman say they're nearing a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It now seems very likely, though, that Iran will retain some form of control over the vital shipping channel. Greg, should the US approve the deal?
Well, I'd have to see the details of the deal, but my gut instinct is no. If there's any sort of toll or tariff that Iran thinks that they can charge, then the answer is no. If it's just some other sort of, advisory role or some sort of, help with navigation or something like that, and there's a fee, okay, maybe they can bury that into some sort of charge on vessels. But I highly doubt that the U.S. would agree to anything that just because Oman agrees to it doesn't mean the U.S. will agree to it.
David, what do you think? Is there a need to just get this ceasefire and deal underway so that negotiations can continue on a nuclear deal? Or do you think that the US should not sign on to a shipping agreement?
As with my colleague, I don't know what the details are, and the details are all important. I think every reasonable person here in the United States and around the world wants to see this move towards some kind of a conclusion. I think here in the United States, as hopefully this all is moving towards a conclusion, I think a lot of Americans are wondering why we got into this in the first place. What has been accomplished by the U.S. war with Iran, and how come President Trump never explained it, why we were getting in, when we were getting in, didn't explain why we were staying in, and doesn't seem to be explaining now why the outcome would be better than where we were at the beginning, or better than with the agreement that President Obama negotiated.
The devil will be in the detail. It'll be interesting if it does come out to see what's in it. We'll have to get you both back to discuss it if and when we see the specifics. But President Trump has taken to social media to boast about the US's massive amounts, he says, of munitions. His comments come amid numerous leaks from the White House indicating a shortage of precision missiles and a reported clash with the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. David, has this exposed a weakness in the US military, whether it's that there's a shortage of missiles or whether it's that there appears to be disagreement between his top defense advisors?
I think it does raise, it's one more fact that raises the question of why we got into this in the first place, and whether we are better off, or the Middle East is better off, or the world is better off because of this war that was never really explained. And unlike some of the wars that we got into two decades ago, which they were themselves were controversial, the president never went to Congress for any kind of vote authorizing this.
Greg, do you think that there is a concern that the US is short of missiles, or that there is discrepancy between defence advisors?
Yeah, I mean, without knowing the exact numbers, it's hard to comment. On one hand, yes, we've been using missiles, and we always want to make sure that they're, the stockpiles are replenished. I think there's also a certain amount of effort being made to get the Democrats to come on board with the defense authorization. That's something that hasn't happened in 60 years, where both parties haven't authorized military spending. So that's something that I think maybe the argument can be made that we need that authorization so we can replenish the stocks. But it's difficult to say without really knowing the detail. I think many on the left and in the mainstream media in the U.S. Actually want us to lose this war, and they'll look for any angle to be critical of it. And if it's, in this case, it's, replenishing the stocks, yeah, there's always a need for that. Look, we cut defense spending 3% in real terms 3 years in a row in the Biden years, and I think there's some catch-up to be played because of that.
David, do you think that if there is a shortage, if there is concern amongst advisors, that it's the Democrats' fault for cutting the defence spending?
I don't think that. I think that there's a lot about how this administration has handled national security and has handled its relations with Congress and has handled its relations with the opposition party that are very different from what presidents of either party did, as my colleague said, for the last 60 years. I think that people like Senator Schumer and Congressman Jeffries, who lead the Democratic Party in the House and Senate, in the Senate and House, are very reasonable people, and they're both under attack within the Democratic Party for sometimes going to unreasonable lengths to be reasonable. So I think if he meets them halfway, they'll meet him the other half. They'll reach back. But there's been a very unusual situation. And again, we come back to the fact that there has been this war, which has not only been an undeclared war, but it's been an unexplained war. So it's hard to say, and I don't think any reasonable American is rooting for the United States to lose, but this president has not defined what victory would be.
Let's move our attention to the other conflict that is occupying military attention, political attention, that is, of course, in Ukraine. Ukraine was unable to shoot down any of the Russian ballistic missiles directed at the capital, Kyiv, during a major attack this week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has blamed allies for not delivering enough air defences. Greg, have the allies, including the United States, let Ukraine down?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I mean, they've had support from both the Europeans as well as the United States from the beginning. It's going back 4 years to early 22. So I think there's been a really great amount of support, but there's never enough when you have a lunatic like Putin firing missiles at civilians and civilian, apartment buildings. There's just so many Patriot missiles that you can fire, and of course, we did ship Patriots. Early on in this conflict, and they've had Patriots, and we want to ship more. In fact, the president even, endorsed the idea of having production of, basically outsourcing the technology to the Ukrainians and developing them in Ukraine. But, it's just not fast enough, unfortunately. It's really horrible to see. The Ukrainians have done a phenomenal job with drone technology. The first year of the war, they produced 5,000 drones. Last year, they produced 1 million drones. So, they're winning in many respects. But the fact that Putin is firing, on civilians is really difficult to fathom. And the faster that we can collectively get some Patriot missiles, or at least get the production capacity up and running in Ukraine, the sooner the better.
It looks, though, Greg, as if President Trump is backtracking a little bit on that promise to allow Ukraine to domestically produce Patriot missiles. There's no guarantee that that's actually going to happen.
Yeah, look, I'm not involved in those details, but of course the president is also worried that any production in Ukraine would end up being a massive target for Putin, for the Russians. So, I think the better idea would be to farm it out to some other country in Eastern Europe that maybe borders Ukraine or is close to Ukraine and develop it there. So, these are difficult details. And look, I think there's been, considerable support from the U.S. and from Europe. But there's just so much you can do, and especially keeping in mind that, that Putin has 4,500 nuclear warheads. And that's something that, even in the Biden administration, they were very conscious of escalation because of that. So it puts us in a difficult position. But again, patriots are defensive in nature. So I think there's no risk of arguing that we were offensive against Russia when we're supplying patriots. So again, the sooner the better.
David, do you think that the United States and the other allies have done enough to provide Ukraine with the air defences that they need?
Well, I think that the United States and the allies have assisted Ukraine in the past. I think, and I think my colleague agrees on this, that we need to assist them in the future, in the present and in the future. And I do think that there's a danger that the war with Iran has depleted our resources and weakened our position in Europe. And I think also, sadly, that some of the things that the administration has said about our European allies has also weakened our position. But I do think we need to move beyond all this and assist Ukraine with what, as my colleague said, is defensive action. It's not a threat to Russia, it's defending Ukraine.
All right, we're going to keep moving along to cover the topics we need to in our allotted time. I want to talk about the Liberation Day tariffs because there is news out this week that the US needs to repay $100 billion in Liberation Day tariffs. That's roughly an estimate of 60% of the revenue that it generated under the policy. Greg, is that an embarrassment for the administration?
No, it's not an embarrassment. It's a headache for sure. And of course, much of that is being returned to corporations, and some of them foreign corporations, some of them domestic. So it's a headache, but the tariffs are being applied through different measures, through different parts of the law that allows that, Article 301, for example. So look, there will be tariffs. Unfortunately, this is a major headache because returning that money, taking it out of Treasury where it was being used to reduce the deficit, which is a really important issue in America. That's going to go back to the corporates that initially paid those tariffs. So it's administratively a challenge. It will be completed, and then they'll continue to have tariffs through different measures.
David, what do you think? I mean, surely an administration with all the fiscal knowledge in the world should have known that this could be a headache, as Greg says. Is it embarrassing?
I think it is embarrassing, and I think we can't deny that consumers were paying some of this also. I think the immediate problem is that, as I understand it, a president by himself can't just impose all these across-the-board tariffs. Congress has to approve the tariffs, and I think that's why the Supreme Court ruled against the tariffs. I think an underlying problem, and I think both parties need to address this, is that there's no need for these across-the-board tariffs that just seem to be following a president's whim or grievances. I don't know what the thinking is on imposing tariffs against Canada. I think there is a need, and there have been people in the Democratic Party who I would identify with, like Senator Sherrod Brown from Ohio and former Congressman and Democratic leader Richard Gephardt from Missouri, who have said we do need tariffs for specific purposes. We need tariffs where other countries are violating human rights standards or environmental standards or labor standards. But imposing them on a country like Canada, which is our friend and ally and neighbor and trading partner, which has very good policies on labor and the environment and human rights, that doesn't make any sense. And these across-the-board tariffs, neither the substance nor the process ever made any sense.
The US deficit is going up again. Latest figures show that it hit $1.37 trillion in the first 9 months of the fiscal year. That's up 2% compared to the same period last year. So, David, do you think that the Trump administration's economic policies have failed?
Well, I think the idea of having these huge tax cuts for the very wealthy at a time when there's a war going on, when, as you say, there are deficits, when whatever the problem is in this country, it is not that the wealthiest Americans don't have enough money. I think that makes no sense. And the deficit is one symptom of an underlying problem of economic policies that are just completely out of sync with what the condition of this country is economically and socially. And I think you're going to see in these elections that there's a discontent with the economy that goes well beyond Democrats. I think, in fact, you find that the number 35% keeps on reappearing. There's 35%, only 35% of this country approves of the Iran war. Only 35% of this country thinks the economy is in good shape. And only 35% of this country gives President Trump a favorable rating. And I think that's a discontent that goes well beyond support for one party against another party.
Greg, deficit going up, is that a concern? I mean, is this a slight on Trump's economic policies?
Oh, not at all. I mean, I think, if anything, we're improving on so many different metrics economically, one of which is the deficit. We reduced the deficit as a percentage of GDP from 6.7% of GDP, which was the all-time high outside of World War II, back in the last year of the Biden administration, reduced that to 5.5% of GDP. Granted, because there is growth in the economy, that's going to move up the denominator, of course.
It's gone up 2% compared to last year.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really hard to cut spending when it's really easy to increase spending. It's very difficult to cut back, and we have had cutbacks in spending, but there are some things that you can't really move the needle on, notably entitlements. So, $4 trillion out of our $7 trillion budget is Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. So, those are really difficult battleships to turn around, and that's going to take some time. But the most important thing is we can grow our way out of the deficit. Increasing taxes doesn't necessarily mean higher tax revenues. So I think keeping tax rates low and generating economic growth, more people with jobs, more people with bigger paychecks, that actually generates more tax revenue. So, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem, and that's going to take some time.
We're almost out of time. We've just got a few minutes left, so let's turn our attentions to the Democratic primary race that we just saw in Michigan. The Democrats are now having to work very hard to put on a united front after that bruising primary race. Progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed won, but only narrowly. David, is it going to cost them in November, and is this evidence of a broader identity crisis within the party?
I think you are seeing really a remarkable degree of unity only a few days after a very closely decided and very heatedly contested primary in which a huge amount of money was spent on one side, and the candidate who was on the other side of the money and who did not have the establishment support in Michigan won the primary. But you see you do see the Democrats coming together. It's going to be uphill. It's going to be I don't know if it'd be uphill, but it'd be very close. The Michigan is one of the ultimate swing states in this country. It went for Trump in 2016 and 2024. It went for Biden in 2020. When it went for Trump in 2024, Senator Alyssa Slotkin defeated Mike Rogers, who's the Republican nominee, again this year. And I think it's a place where there's a free-floating discontent. There's people who vote for Bernie Sanders and vote for Donald Trump because there's a sense that the economy is rigged and the political system is crooked, and those two things relate to each other. And I think Dr. El-Sayed did speak to this discontent and did benefit from it. And he needs to unify the party and speak to a very wide range of voters in the general election.
Greg, easier said than done? He needs to unify the party. I mean, does it point to an identity crisis within the Democrats?
Well, I think yes on both. I mean, he's quite capable of uniting the party. I think that's the easy part. You know, people want to win elections on both sides of the aisle. So, yeah, I think most Democrats will come around and vote for him, even if they didn't necessarily like him, excuse me, in the primaries. He only won by a slight margin. So half the Democrats did not vote for him, but I'm sure they'll vote for him in the general election. So that's the really important part right now. And I think they're quite capable of doing that. The question is independents and swing voters. I don't think that they will tilt toward a candidate like Dr. Whatever his name is. I forget. I apologize for that.
Abdul Sayed.
Dr. Sayed. And so, look, I think it's all about the swing voters, and that's how the president won in 16 and 24. That's what you really have to go for. I think Mike Rogers will have a much better chance. He did lose an election with President Trump on the ballot. That's always difficult to replicate that. He was close, but I think he'll have a much better chance this time, even without President Trump on the ballot, because of the radical nature of Dr. Sayed.
Another busy week in US politics. Thank you both for your analysis of it. Greg Swenson and David Kusnet, thanks for being here with us.
Thanks a lot.
And now for some sports news. FIFA is once again in the spotlight after President Gianni Infantino faced criticism over proposals to bring private investors into the commercial side of the game, including selling stakes in major competitions such as the FIFA World Cup. Well, the backlash quickly fueled speculation about his future. Would he be forced to step aside, or could he survive the storm? For now, it appears that the answer is yes. Despite the controversy, Infantino has secured the backing of senior FIFA executives following a meeting in Morocco. He's also apologised for what he described as the errors he made. But is the issue now behind him, or has the episode done lasting damage to his credibility and authority at the top of world football? Well, for analysis on this, let's bring in David Davies, former Executive Director at the Football Association in England, joining from Birmingham. David, Gianni Infantino has apologised for what he described as mistakes. Is it enough?
Is it enough for him to survive, I assume, is your question. And I don't think anyone can answer that question immediately with total certainty. His position, in my view, is precarious, mainly because of the outright opposition that exists in the 47 member countries in Europe, but also in parts of Asia, parts of North America as well. And I think we have to decide here, you have to understand here that it is very difficult, actually, normally, to replace a president of FIFA. Mr. Blatter came through an awful lot of storms, but I have to say that the pressure on Mr. Infantino over the next few months, certainly up to November, assuming that he survives that long, will be intense.
So do you think that this could just be delaying an inevitable leadership challenge against him? And why is it so hard to challenge a sitting president?
It will be very surprising if there is not. I'm sure Mr. Infantino would agree with this at this stage. It will be very surprising if there is not a challenge for Mr. Infantino at the latest next March at the FIFA Congress, which I think is in Morocco, mainly because of the intensity of what has happened since the end of the FIFA World Cup in America. I mean, the feelings have been immensely strong in several parts of the world, and it will be, if you ask my opinion, I think this is a huge opportunity. There will be, in my view, a challenger to Mr. Infantino. This is a huge opportunity, not least for the Asian Confederation. And I think of people like Sheikh Salman, who was narrowly defeated by Mr. Infantino back in, I think, 2015, 2016, when Mr. Infantino succeeded Mr. Blatter. But there are other people as well in nature, I think, particularly of Prince Ali, who has stood twice now and is an outstanding football statesman with enormous integrity, in my view. And he would be a very serious candidate too. But there are other candidates in other parts of the world. Mr. Victor Montagliani in CONCACAF, which is North America and the Caribbean, he is under significant pressure to stand as well. Now, having said all that, there is no doubt that Gianni Infantino, who I was lucky enough to know reasonably well at one stage of my life, chaired conferences with him, interviewed him several times. My astonishment is still that he has allowed himself to get into this position, because one of the reasons he was elected back in 2015-16 was that there was going to be transparency, and these sort of own goals were not going to be part of the Infantino period of office. And how on earth this has happened, who on earth he's been listening to, who's been advising him. Has he been listening to these certain other people? Not just the proposal, which is controversial enough in Europe, but also the process by which it was introduced. I think Gianni Infantino himself, after this meeting in Morocco yesterday, says there have been mistakes. Well, there's been more than one mistake in this whole episode.
Well, the reports suggest that Infantino reached out to President Donald Trump for political support during this crisis. If that's true, how unusual and how concerning would that be to you?
Well, none of us really know how it came about that the President of the United States was as involved in the build-up and the actual event itself, how that all came about. I mean, the defense of the relationship with Mr. Trump was fairly obvious. To have held an event of the magnitude of the FIFA World Cup in America primarily, without the support, the active support of the president, this particular president of the United States, would have been immensely difficult. Having said all that, the extent of the coziness, apparent coziness, between Mr. Infantino and the President of the United States startled an awful lot of people. And that started, back around the inauguration time. There was the president of FIFA at a number of those events and in the West Wing and of the White House. And then there was the Peace Prize, which clearly upset a remarkable number of people as well. So for somebody with Gianni's experience to have got involved in this, as I say, was beyond the comprehension of some of us.
Does this crisis, even if he weathers the storm for now, does this crisis expose deeper concerns about transparency, about accountability and governance in FIFA? I mean, I know those concerns have been around, as you say, since the Sepp Blatter days there was a crisis, but is this bringing them right back to the fore?
Well, it is bringing them back to the fore, and that is what has upset so many people, as I say, not least in Europe and other parts of the world. But Mr. Infantino's ticket on which he was sold to the 211 nations of FIFA, more than are in the United Nations, by the way, was that this was all going to be from the past, and a new page had been turned in the history of FIFA. Well, clearly the page was not turned successfully, and we shall see how it develops from here. But as I say, I think even Gianni Infantino will be surprised if there is not a challenger to him.
Let's change topics slightly and look at the latest news that we're hearing. Mo Salah has arrived at Istanbul airport wearing a very distinctive blue and burgundy kit of the Turkish Super League side Trabzonspor. How significant would this move be in your mind?
Well, let's start with Mo Salah, the player. Mo Salah, the player, is one of the world's great players, and his performances for Liverpool over many years have been quite outstanding. I happen to have a view that people, not just in football, but in life, have a shelf life, and I think he had his shelf life by his own estimation and others at the club at Anfield, it had reached a natural end. Am I a little surprised he's going to Trabzonspor? Yes, but Turkish football, as some of us who've been lucky enough to be in Istanbul and Trabzon on a number of occasions, and Izmir, I remember, is tremendously exciting, and he clearly sees it as the next step in a distinguished career. And I'm sure he'll be welcomed by those fanatical supporters in Trabzonspor. I think he was today welcomed fantastically well. And I think he's going to have a very exciting time.
Well, I'm a Beşiktaş girl, so I can't speak to Trabzonspor too much. But do you think this is a little bit of a coming of age for the Turkish Super League then?
Well, I hope so, because Turkish football is quite something. Anybody who's been to international and big club matches in that part of the world, you know, I'm trying to think of the first one I ever went to, which I think would have been in Izmir. But, you know, I've been to those super clubs in Istanbul, as well as in many years ago, going to Trabzon. And I've always felt Turkish football has not achieved its full potential. And who knows, you know, bringing a superstar like Mo Salah to Trabzon may well lift not just the club, but the league.
It will be really interesting to see the developments there. Your analysis has been very valuable to us. Thank you, David Davies, former Executive Director at the Football Association in England. It's great to have you on the programme. That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us for more episodes and interviews. And of course, you can catch us on social media. Until next time, goodbye.